I don't
Good
see your link.
morning. Oh, you don't see the link? I like
It,
how we start with the music there in the morning. Um, you don't see the link. Oh, interesting.
maybe I just need to subscribe, but I don't see it on your main page here.
It's
It's
there.
not on the other thing. I've refreshed it. Let me try again. Is it? Yeah, should be under videos. Oh, there it is. Dar.
Okay, great.
I take it all back.
Good.
Okay.
Okay, I am opening up the excuse me. So you said that there were some fixes that you wanted to start us with.
Yes, if you don't mind, back on page 472. Um, at the top of the page, the first paragraph. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3. Actually, second paragraph. Technically, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines from the top in a general sense. Looking to the side, he found a person in the crowd. We said group.
Okay. Hey, look, I found it almost immediately.
Cool.
That is
I marked it,
confusing.
so I am there.
Awesome.
Let's see. Yeah, that's all we need is that phrase. I'll give you a little extra pre-roll because we're starting fresh on the next day and just, mashing the etc.
Yep.
Here we go.
One with the keys to the codes. Eugene glanced at it as if he were afraid to look away from me, then did a double take. Holy.
Looking to the side, he found a person in the crowd.
Thank you. Just listen to the transition.
Handed him the me, then did a double take. Holy. Looking to the side, he found a person in the crowd. You said she found these in the dandelion bed.
Sounds good.
Okay.
And then the other one is on page 475. Let me make sure I'm telling the truth. It's 474 at the bottom.
474.
Everything ached with the tension knotted in my joints. We said nodding.
Okay. Got it.
Great. One sec.
If I can hear my original read on that, that would be useful for me in this context.
You got it. Here you go.
Everything ached with the tension knotting in my joints.
Is that good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Here we go.
How you do it without rebounding across the room. I swiped the skin under my eyes again and lowered my hands to my lap.
Everything ached with the tension knotted in my joints.
Great.
Okay.
Sounds like a good match.
Great.
Cool. All right. I appreciate those. And then we're going all the way back to page 512.
Okay.
513. 513. And the beginning of chapter 52.
Give me a second. Sorry, I was opening up the... Okay, what page again you said?
513.
513. For those of you following along at home, or not following along because you don't have the thing, it's 513 out of 544. So we're very close.
Very close.
See, it's like, which evil are you going to have? Are you going to have the I'm hungry noises, or are you going to have the I'm digesting noises? Sorry.
I said I wish I'd gotten that one. That was a beaut.
Ah, well. I saw that you were
Next
recording just in case I did. Now that you share screen, I can see this.
Serendipity is yeah. Didn't get lucky.
I got lucky.
Okay.
You did not.
You did. That's true. So from the top 52, I'm just going to do one more long pre-roll because we're picking up again at the
Okay.
end of one day, at the beginning of the other. Here we go.
We had contact with home and a problem to work. We were the IAC, and that was what we did.
52. Lunar colony safe. Chicago, Illinois. June 2nd, 1963. The world thrilled today to receive word from Artemis Base on the moon that all is well in that far out... Oh, no, that was correct.
That all is well. After 1963. Here we go.
June 2nd, 1963. The world thrilled today to receive word from Artemis Base on the moon that all is well in that far outpost of humanity. An earlier use of Morse code had been spotted from telescopes... Sorry, random pop-up just obscured my window. Okay. That far outpost of humanity. An earlier use of Morse code had been spotted from telescopes in Hawaii, but the International Aerospace Coalition lacked the means to respond following terrorist acts.
Here we go.
Spotted from telescopes in Hawaii. But the International Aerospace Coalition lacked the means to respond following terrorist acts by Earth First 2 weeks ago. Contact was restored by Mrs. Kenneth T. Worgan, widow of the late governor, who managed to revive an ancient radio system left from the first days that mankind walked on the moon. Mrs. Worgan reports that the citizens of the moon are...
Miss Worgan reports.
Mankind walked on the moon. Mrs. Worgan reports that the citizens of the moon are... maybe I just... Sorry, the... It's the switching from newscaster. I want to do the switch after the word "are," but I have it punctuated to be before. And I'm like, it doesn't actually matter in this particular context to anyone except me.
Right. Got
Okay.
it. Understood. Here we go.
Mankind walked on the moon. Mrs. Worgan reports that the citizens of the moon are all safe up here and will keep working until the IAC is ready for us to come home. Myrtle set a trajectory that was high and fast to get us above the curve of the horizon and into radio contact with Artemis Base as soon as possible. It was hell on fuel consumption, but that was a low priority. We'd been out hours past our scheduled return time. Sending a report back with Young Chu via the Busy Bee would have left us without a life raft if anything went wrong, so it never even came up. We just flew, high and fast. Sorry, I was just trying to think about what cup to grab for this next bit.
Gotcha.
Okay.
We just flew fast and high?
Yep.
Here we go. Oh, sorry, you ready?
Yep.
So it never even came up.
We just flew fast and high. Artemis Base, Busy Bee 2, over. I held the microphone in my right hand. My left was so fatigued from the gloves that I couldn't close it. Artemis Bay, Busy Bee 2. Busy Bee 2.
Let me listen to one thing.
Okay.
Okay, after close it.
The gloves that I couldn't close it.
Artemis Base, Busy Bee 2, over. I stared out the windows of the Busy Bee as the lunar landscape rolled past below us.
I stared. Here we go.
Busy Bee 2, over.
I stared out the windows of the Busy Bee as the lunar landscape rolled below us. Crisp shadows and undulating craters. Almost, even with my left hand in this state, I almost asked if I could fly while the ship only needed the right-hand controller, because I could not see a future in which I got to return to the moon as a pilot. I didn't ask. Artemis Base, Busy Bee 2.
Return to the moon as a pilot.
I didn't ask. Artemis Base, Busy Bee 2, over. Busy Bee 2, Artemis Base, we read you loud and clear. Helen answered from the Capcom chair for our flight. Permit me to say that you had us.
Permit me. 1 second. Just getting a little noise out. Listening.
Mm-hmm.
Almost. Okay, that'll work. Permit me, here we go.
Okay.
Capcom chair for our flight.
Permit me to say that you had us all.
There's no all.
Capcom chair for our flight.
Permit me to say that you had us a little worried.
Sorry about that. The sights were all clear of signs of Fry's presence. I imagined Eugene had been standing right by her desk as our scheduled return time ticked past. Please let the acting administrator know that we are all well. She cleared her throat.
The acting administrator would like you to know that Halim found a bomb, defused it, and still beat you back by 4 hours. Although the administrator used different words.
Eugene glanced at me. Eugene might be Myrtle glanced at me, not Eugene. Eugene can't because he's in the colony and they're in a ship, so it's very different.
He just used his phone. It's a FaceTime thing.
Yeah, they totes had that at the time.
Exactly.
Accurate, 100%.
Yep, you know.
Used different words.
Myrtle glanced at me. Eugene might be staying off the comm, but he was hearing every word she had.
Eugene, here we go. Oop.
Something in my eye.
Ah.
Okay.
Okay.
Myrtle glanced at me.
Eugene might be staying off the comm, but he was hearing every word we said. She had the helm, so I continued to talk to Capcom. We stayed out to our walk-back limit because we got one of the rovers powered up. We made contact with Earth.
That is good news.
A roaring static backed her words, and it took me a moment to realize it was the sound of all the people in lunar ground control. Helen's revoice.
In lunar ground control.
Helen's revoice.
In lunar ground control.
Helen's voice returned, level and calm.
We look forward to hearing the details when you're back in. Dock at berth 1.
Roger Wilco. Just another day at the office. When we opened the hatch at Artemis Base, Eugene gave Myrtle time to step out of the airlock. He took the helmet and gloves out of her hand and passed them to a suit tech. He looked at me. Worgen, good work. Get some food and then report to the conference room at 2000 hours for a full debrief. Yes, sir. As far as Eugene was concerned, the rest of the lunar colony had ceased to exist. He pulled Myrtle to the side and dipped her in a deep kiss, spacesuit and all. You had to admire the man's strength, even at 1/6 G. I gave them as much privacy as I could by looking away as I stepped out of the Busy Bee. As Mavis and the other engineers clambered out, I turned to them to draw their attention away from Myrtle.
I think you had
Yeah.
breakfast, though.
I did
Okay.
have breakfast. No, I think it's just digestive sounds.
Let's go back and get a couple little things, please.
Yeah.
I got that one out, so we don't need that. Can we, after airlock, he took the helmet and gloves through hand.
Why are they?
Who's that?
That was my dad. Downstairs, I think.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Where did you say?
Well, I am saying right after, let's see here, after airlock, and then the next phrase, but I'm seeing that other things, we missed a couple other things too. So he
Yeah.
took the helmet and gloves out of her hands and passed them off to a suit tech.
Yeah.
See.
Sorry, my dad is still kind of shouting downstairs. I mean, I
Okay.
think he's just talking loud, but. Okay, he's done. Sorry,
Okay.
where again?
Bottom of page 514.
Okay.
He took the helmet and gloves out of her hands and passed them off to a suit tech.
Okay.
Here we go.
Little time to step out of the airlock.
He took the helmet and gloves out of her hands and passed them off to a suit tech.
Great. That's one of them. And then I heard something on. As far as Eugene is concerned, the rest of the lunar colony ceased to exist. It was just one of the digestion things. Here we go.
Full debrief. Yes, sir.
As far as Eugene was concerned, the rest of the colony.
Full debrief. Yes, sir.
Excuse me. Hello?
Your video is frozen.
My video is frozen.
Your video.
Thanks.
You can see Andrew's screen, so the video's coming through, but your picture is not.
Okay, thanks, Dad. That
Yep,
was
sure
not
enough.
something that I actually thought was. I guess I will fix that.
Yeah, that's weird.
Okay. All right. Well, I think it's fixed.
I'm going to hit play and look here.
Yeah.
Get to real time here. Oh, I see it changed. Now I'm looking at. Oh, there you are.
Yeah.
Yep, you're
Well,
moving.
unfortunately,
Yep,
now
good.
we've messed up your audio, so it's hard for me to understand you.
Let me try. Is that any better?
Nope.
Should I reconnect Skype real quick?
I'm guessing. I don't know. I mean, I'm figuring that it must be something that I accidentally changed when I was trying to fix the video.
You didn't touch the sample rate, did you?
No.
Sometimes just restarting something like that causes the audio to I think reconnecting might work.
Okay. Go ahead and
Let me-
try.
Let me try the Skype thing.
Yeah. Nope. No. Oh, now I can't hear you at all.
How about now?
Yeah, okay. Great.
Is that better?
It is.
Now I just got to reshare my screen here. That should be coming to you now, theoretically.
Okay. Yep. Sounds decent now.
Great. Great. So then we were at as far as Eugene was concerned. That's where we were at.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Full debrief. Yes, sir.
As far as Eugene was concerned, the rest of the
Full debrief. Yes, sir.
As far as Eugene was concerned, the rest of the lunar colony had ceased to exist.
Great, thank you. And then he pulled her over the side and dipped her into a deep kiss. Let's see what I marked there. I should have just looked. We just need through spacesuit and all. You said in as opposed to into. I should just let you keep going. Sorry about that. Right after the line we just did.
Oh, sorry.
After, that's my bad.
Okay.
Here we go.
Honey had ceased to exist. Honey had ceased to exist.
He pulled Myrtle to the side and dipped her into a deep kiss, spacesuit and all.
Okay, and then there was apparently one other thing we missed. That you have on 514, it was Helen, but we may have gotten it. Let's see here, 2535. Because we did redo a little bit there. Let's see, where is it? 2534. I had to. There it is. Let me just say that you had us a little worried. Let me just say that you have had us a little worried. There you go. So it's Helen at the top of page 514.
Got it.
The first time she talks.
Got it.
Here we go.
Capcom chair for our flight.
Permit me to say that you have had us
Capcom chair for our flight.
Permit me to say that you have had us a little worried.
Thank you. I think that is all of that. Back to where we were, which is on page 515. I turned to them to draw them away.
Okay.
The other engineers clambered out.
I turned to them to draw their attention away from Myrtle and Eugene. Good work out there. Mavis shrugged. All we did was uncouple a few connections. She glanced over her shoulder and frowned. Do they need help with gear? Eugene and Myrtle were stepping back into the Busy Bee. He had his hand on the hatch and was pulling it shut. I caught Mavis's arm and steered her toward the dining room. No. Smiling around a jealous ache, I walked away from them. They need to do a private debrief. A moment of confusion crossed her face, and then, there's no and.
A moment, here we go.
Do a private debrief.
A moment of confusion crossed her face, then a grin appeared like the sun popping over the horizon of the moon. Mavis winked. Got it. The Busy Bees had many wonderful qualities, one of which was that they were soundproof. I spotted Helen waiting by the door to the dining room. The cuticles on her thumbs were picked raw. I abandoned Mavis and went straight to Helen. She gestured to the dining room. Forgive me for this, but when you're done, I'm supposed to go to the cafeteria with you. Copy. I was sweaty and ached and wanted a shower more than I wanted food, but none of that was important right now. I held my helmet and gloves in my right hand and rested my left hand on Helen's shoulder. Renard is in Brazil. He's fine. At the sound of her husband's name, Helen's face crumpled. Her hands came up to cover her mouth. I pulled her into a one-armed embrace with care so that I didn't bruise her with the controls and couplers of my suit. She sniffled and shook her head, stepping back. Later, please? I understood all too well. Besides which, we didn't know the status of everyone at the IAC in Kansas City. Mavis and her crew had managed to boost the signal through some electrical magic, but getting a full list of those hurt or killed had not been the top priority. But some I did know about. I walked into the dining room and went to Florina. She turned as I came across the floor, and she knew. There is a face that we wear when someone dies. She knew her husband was dead. Helen walked me to the cafeteria, and on the way there I started pulling on the armor of my public face. Word had spread that we'd re-established contact with Earth, and people were moving with an extra lunar bound in their step. They kept veering out of their way to thank me, and I developed a set of rote responses that rolled easily out of my mouth. It was a group effort. Yes, it's such a relief. I'm afraid I don't know. How are you holding up? Not knowing was the worst. Helen tried to keep me moving through the groups of our colleagues, but didn't have the practice at extricating me that my husband's handlers did.
We just listen to one thing.
Okay.
See if you're okay with this.
I understood all too well.
Yes.
Great. Moving on.
Okay.
Helen tried, please, from there.
Can I hear that? Because I was going for an intentional thing, and I want to see if it plays, and if it doesn't,
Okay.
then I'll re-record it.
Okay.
Helen tried to keep me moving through the groups of our colleagues, but didn't have the practice at extricating me that my husband's...
Oh, did you stop me before, after?
No, you stopped.
I said handlers did.
It trails off after husbands for what I've got.
Oh, weird. I mean...
Oh, I got you. Yep. Handlers did. That was my mistake then.
Okay.
So we got to get handlers did. I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. I'll just do the whole sentence again.
Okay. I understand now.
Not knowing was the worst.
Helen tried to keep me moving through the groups of our colleagues, but didn't have the practice at extricating me that my husband's handlers did. Besides, I knew my job here. I listened to every inquiry. I patted shoulders or shared a laugh or fears. I was genuinely not going to have time to eat, and I'd have Helen to back me that I really had tried to go to the cafeteria. But Eugene had given me instructions. I had promised him I would not balk at any of them. Beneath my armor of public hopeful concern, I seethed with resentment because this was work that needed doing. The Moon was full of people with ties to Kansas City. I'd simultaneously given them hope and confirmed their fears. They were smart. The ones with families who worked at the IAC needed not reassurance, but the strength to wait. So I worked the problem. Between one cluster of people and the next, I turned to Helen. I'm sorry. Can you get a tray for me? I'll eat it in the conference room. A champion chess player on two worlds.
Can we do, let's do two things, please?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then... That's fine. Okay. I'll eat in the conference room.
Okay.
I think you said I'll eat it in the conference room. So
Okay.
Here we go.
Can you get a tray for me?
I'll eat in the conference room. A champion chess player on two worlds, Helen assessed the situation and was nodding before I had finished speaking. Cottage cheese, peaches, and toast? They're out of cottage cheese and the cheddar is appalling. So, something? And coffee. I could feel another group approaching on my right. All the coffee. The conference room was crowded with department heads when I arrived. I had not anticipated that when I'd suggested to Helen that we eat during the debrief. I'd assumed it would only be our little group, but in hindsight, Eugene had said, full debrief. We'd just re-established contact with the IAC. Of course Eugene would want all hands on deck. Helen looked up from the near end of the conference table and waved me over to the empty seat next to her. It had a tray in front of it. Joy. But if I could eat at a table with the Honorable Ambassador from France, sans difficult.
Sans difficulté.
Sans difficulté. Okay, thank you.
Sans difficulté, yeah, I think.
Okay.
Let me get a couple quick things, please.
Sure thing. Is this still stomach noises?
No, these
Okay.
are little one was a dropout, one was a kind of a change in the reading. You read something different than what was there.
Got it.
So I had not anticipated that when I suggested to Helen that I eat during the debrief. You said we.
Okay.
See where I am? Darn it.
Yes.
Okay, here we go.
Apartment heads when I arrived.
I had not anticipated that when I'd suggested to Helen that I eat during the no, I had not anticipated that when I'd suggested.
Here we
Who
go.
wrote this?
Apartment heads when I arrived.
I had not anticipated that when I'd suggested to Helen that I eat during the debrief.
Okay. And then there's a dropout. Let's see here. I just need the phrase, we just reestablished contact with the IAC.
Okay.
Full debrief.
We'd just reestablished contact with the IAC.
Thank you. Back where we were. All right. If I could eat with the...
Okay, there we go. Yep.
We could do it after France if you want.
Nah, it's fine.
Okay, here we go.
Sans difficulté.
Of it. Joy.
But if I could eat at a table with the honorable ambassador from France, sans difficulté, then I wasn't going to let a little thing like a room full of engineers stop me. Mrs. Morgan. The hysterical Godfrey appeared in front of me. I want to apologize. It's been weighing on me that I was dismissive of your concerns. I was very wrong. Thank you for your work today. It was a group effort. I wanted to gawk at him for actually apologizing, but instead smiled because that was what was required. Miss Davis and her team are definitely getting commendations in their personnel files. He grinned. I'm just glad the old...
Can we listen to Mrs. Wargan. I just feel like Mrs. Wargan didn't sound like Godfrey, but take a
Okay.
listen, see what you think.
Joy.
Oh, I played you the wrong one. How about I
Yeah,
play you
I
the
was
right
like, that. You're right. That doesn't sound like hysterical
it doesn't
Godfrey.
sound like. Let's see here. Let's see here. Is that it? There it is.
Mrs. Morgan.
Nah, I'm okay with that.
Okay. Then after that was what was required. Just smoothing
Okay.
out the next sentence and continuing on. Here we go.
Was what was required.
Miss Davis and her team are definitely getting commendations in their personnel files. He grinned. I'm just glad the old hardware powered up. Yes, it's such a relief. He cleared his throat and looked down. I don't suppose you know the status of building... Status or status in British?
I would guess status, but why don't we look it up on the oldie Merriam-Webster or Forvo maybe? Forvo would probably be the.
I think actually OED.
Oh, okay. Looking.
Yeah, do you have a subscription? Because otherwise you may not be able to.
I do not. I cannot. Yes, that is
Okay.
true.
I do, and it's going to make me jump through ridiculous hoops. So let's try Merriam-Webster.
Forvo says status for British.
Great. Let's go with status then.
Okay.
I'm glad my brain flagged that just a tiny bit.
Yep, that was a good one. Let's see here. I don't suppose. Here we go.
His throat and looked down.
I don't suppose you know the status of Building 7A? I'm afraid I don't know. That was the engineering department in Kansas City. Most of his colleagues would have been there. How are you holding up? Fine, thanks. He gave a watery smile. Well, I just wanted to apologize. Something in the distance? I don't know if you can hear it.
Yeah. Let me see when I started hearing it.
Yeah.
After a watery smile.
Okay, and I think it
After-
stopped. Yeah.
After a well, actually,
Okay.
when it's gone.
I think it's clear.
Here we go.
Gave a watery smile. Well,
I just wanted to apologize. Accepted. The door opened as a slightly breathless Eugene held it for Myrtle. His flight suit was not zipped quite all the way to the top. I used their arrival to make my escape and joined Helen at the table. My tray had canned peaches, dry toast, and a covered bowl. I don't know if you'll like this, but it is soft and mild. Helen reached across and lifted the lid.
I'll reach across.
is soft and mild.
Helen reached across and lifted the lid. Inside was a bowl of rice, which looked like a runny... There's no
Inside.
Reached across and lifted the lid.
Inside was a bowl of rice, which looked like runny risotto and smelled of chicken broth and something savory. It's called moe, or sometimes congee. A moment later, Myrtle sat with us. She had a sheen.
Here we go.
Later, Myrtle sat with us.
She had a sheen of sweat at her temples, and her cheeks were a little rosy. How was the debriefing? I said innocently. She wet her lips and stifled a smile. Thorough. Glad to hear it. The tray sat on the table, and I pulled it toward me. The back of my throat was closing, and some of it was from knowing that Helen and Myrtle were watching. Both of them were trying not to, but they cared. I lifted the bowl. Spoon or fork? Spoon. Helen slid a wrapped foil package to Myrtle. I got a sandwich for you. You are blessed. Myrtle opened the packet and bit into the ham and cheese sandwich with a relish that I envied. Eugene wants us to be first on the agenda. Noted. I dipped the spoon into the moe and gave it a try. It was palatable. The texture was creamy without being sticky. I nodded. I could eat this. Would you be willing to do it solo? I raised my brows. You were EV1. She nodded. I'm also his wife. I think it will look better if I fade back. I knew this dance and I hated it. Actually, can we check moe and kanji on Forvo, because Helen should not be doing the Americanized versions, and I don't know where the tones are on either of those.
Sure. They've got an English for kanji, and moe doesn't even show up.
All right. We may have to try. Let's see, Moe, Taiwan.
According to Google Translate, moe is Swahili and means dude.
That's great.
I'm joking. It's not the not the whatchamacallit, the
Yeah.
kanji. So.
So I'm actually Taiwanese sticky rice. Huh. So this was a spelling that was given to me by a friend. But when I am looking for it, hang on.
What language is Mui?
Taiwanese.
Taiwanese.
Okay, Taiwanese kanji. Yeah, I know.
See here, 1 second.
Well, all they've got on Wikipedia is the Mandarin. They don't have the Taiwanese word.
Yeah, that's the problem I found on Google Translate too. They have it in Chinese, but they don't even have Taiwanese on here.
Yeah. Well, that's frustrating. I guess I'm just going to have to...
Do you want to...
We're just going to roll with it, with the way I've said it. I will look for it. I'm going to email my friend.
Okay.
Be like, hey, tone is where? What is tone?
Anonymous Duck, whoever that is, said that someone knew how to pronounce it during copy edits, possibly Gen C.
Yes, Rachel. That's actually Vicky Shu, who is Tuckerized in this as and so Darlene Zifan is the Mandarin word used in Taiwan, but the word that I used is the Taiwanese. And so my email is still loading.
Okay, I'm looking for a couple little fixes.
Okay. Well, that's a super fast email. Thank you. Sorry for the image bouncing, everyone.
at her temples, and her cheeks were a little rosy.
Okay, nice try.
I appreciate that you tried.
Let's
Okay, I've sent that off. We'll see what I get back.
Okay. And then we've got a couple.
Helen,
Couple of fixes to do here.
I got a sandwich. I got a sandwich.
So, rosy cheeks. Right after,
Cheeks were a little rosy.
a moment later, Myrtle sat with us, right
Yes.
there. And then the next phrase, please.
Okay.
Later, Myrtle sat with us.
She had a sheen of sweat at her temples, and her cheeks were a little rosy.
Thank you. That was just a dropout. And
Okay.
then Helen slid a wrapped foil packet to Myrtle.
Okay.
You said package, I think.
Okay.
Here we go.
Work. Spoon.
Helen slid a wrapped foil packet to Myrtle.
One second.
I got a sandwich for you.
That'll work.
Okay.
Okay, moving on. I knew this dance and I hated it, I think is where we're at. On the top of 519.
Okay.
I'm finding it. Yep, here we go.
It will look better if I fade back.
I knew this dance and I hated it. The charges of nepotism, the belief that you advanced only because of who you were married to. For me, getting into the IAC, that had been true. They never would have let me in if I hadn't been married to Kenneth. But I had pulled my own weight, hadn't I? I think you should do it. I scowled at the room. The more you hang back, the less able people will think you are. Myrtle pursed.
Let's go back and get, but I had carried my own weight. I think you said something different than that.
Okay.
You said pulled.
Okay.
And then just a question. You said you hit the do, and I think you should do it. Did you want to hit the U, or is it okay the way it is?
It could go either way.
Okay, totally up to you.
Okay.
Okay. But I had carried my own weight, hadn't I?
Okay.
Here we go.
And if I hadn't been married to Kenneth.
But I had carried my own weight, hadn't I?
Okay. After that, the more you hang back, the less able people will think you are after R.
Okay.
Less able people will think you are.
Myrtle pursed her lips. We talked about it, and this was what we decided. This was my entire life. I reached for her arm. Please, don't bury your own ambition. The door opened again, and Halim walked in. Entered.
The door opened. Here we go.
Don't bury your own ambition.
The door opened again, and Halim entered, walking with an obvious limp. I don't know who it was, but someone started applauding. A moment later, the entire room was. Considering that he had defused an actual bomb while all I did was turn on a radio, that seemed fair. Halim tried to wave the applause away, which only helped a little. He had been hurt? Why didn't anyone tell me he had been hurt? I turned to Myrtle to see if she had known, and she was glaring at Eugene. Someone stood up and offered the chair across from me, which Halim took gratefully. It was clear that more than just his knee was injured. I set my bowl down and leaned over to him. What happened? Halim shrugged. I was mauled by bears. Jetpack? Jetpack. One of the charges was accessible only with the jetpack. He shrugged, blushing. I never trained on it and should have waited for you to come back. But I figured if Kurt had used it... Myrtle shook her head. Pilots? It was fine on the way up. Everything is. I grimaced. You had a load on the way down, didn't you? The charge. He nodded. Who designed that? Not a pilot. I leaned back in my chair and picked up the bowl of moe again. Glad you aren't dead. Eugene gathered the room's attention again. All right. We've dodged some potentially meteoric disasters, and that's all due to the men and women in this room and the support teams that you all work with. There's still some ejecta we have to deal with. So we're going to start with a debrief of the Earth contact team and move on to readjusting our plans for the next 6 months. Worgen? I looked at Myrtle. If she didn't move, I would stand up and do the job, but it wasn't right. She shrugged and tossed her sandwich on the table. Standing, Myrtle said, I was EV1 on this, so let me walk you through what we've learned. Earth First had several people within the IAC. Specifically, they had someone in the computer department who sent up bad code that deorbited the satellites both around Earth and here. They took down the power grid in the area surrounding Kansas City and also ignited several fuel storage facilities on the IAC campus. Evacuation procedures meant that most people got out. However, not everyone did. She swallowed, and there was the face we wear when someone dies. The death toll at the IAC is currently at 14, with 63 unaccounted for. Someone in the room moaned, and I was honestly surprised it was only one person. The spaceports in Brazil and Europe are unharmed, and most of the operations are moving there to who? The voice came from the back, interrupting her in a way they would never have interrupted Eugene. Myrtle shook her head. We don't have a list yet. The connection was spotty. I'm sorry. I meant who did this. You said it was people within the IAC. We know about Fry. Who else? What would you do with that information? Myrtle stepped away from the board. Is that the problem you want to solve tonight? Because we have only 3 we
have a couple things.
Okay.
Previous page, I was EV1 on this, so let me walk you through what we learned.
Okay.
There was a dropout and also, I think, a misread. Here we go.
Standing, Myrtle said,
Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay. Okay, got it.
Okay, here we go.
Standing, Myrtle said,
I was EV1 on this, so let me walk you through what we learned.
Great. Thank you. And then... That's just a background noise, that's fine. Okay. We have because we have only, yep, here we go.
That the problem you want to solve tonight?
Because we have only 3 ships that can do the Earth-Moon transfer, and even with the spaceports open in Brazil and Europe, it's not clear when the IAC will be able to launch more. So I ask you.
Here we go.
IAC will be able to launch more.
So I ask you, do you want to spend time talking about a vengeance
After I ask you, here we go.
So I ask you,
Do you want to spend time talking about a vengeance we cannot enact, or working for the future of our home here? There are times when I hear a song, or read a poem, or listen to a politician.
Or read a poem, please.
When I hear a song,
Or read a poem, or listen to a politician speak and find a resonance. Myrtle was not speaking to me directly, but words sprang into my head in response to her. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. For a moment, Kenneth was sitting beside me so clearly I felt as if I could reach to my left and take his hand. Forgive Kurt? Hell no. But myself, yes. I could work toward the future the way my husband had, the way I had before I got lost. It wasn't much, those words, but it felt like a guide star that I could use to navigate home. 1 month, 1 week, and 3 days after Kenneth died, Eugene knocked on the door to the gallery. We had been back in touch with Earth for 2 weeks, and the lunar colony had settled into something that looked like normal. Busy? He was clarifying.
It's different on the moon.
Mm-hmm. It's like a clarion call. That's how you announce yourself on the moon, is by clarying a clipboard.
It's very noisy.
Yes, constantly.
Can we do it? And the lunar colony had settled into something that looked normal.
Oh,
You
yes.
said looked like
Yes.
normal. Yep. Here we go.
touch with Earth for 2 weeks.
And the lunar colony had settled into something that looked normal. Busy? He was carrying a clipboard in one hand, and I was happy to see that neither hand had band-aids on the knuckles. Just looking at memorial designs. I straightened the drawings I'd been going over and gestured to the bench opposite. What's up? He sat down facing me, and the gallery light above his head burnished his hair with gold. Anna Teresa tells me you're doing better. Regular meals, yes. I sighed and looked at the ceiling, where the skylight let in the artificial light.
I sighed. Here we go. Yes.
Other meals, yes.
I sighed and looked at the ceiling, where the skylight let in the artificial light that filled the dome. If you need to see it, Helen has the logbook, and I've been given to understand that I've gained weight. He shook his head. And the arm is doing well. Physical therapy is a miraculous pain. I lifted my left hand and closed it into a fist. I felt the pull in the tendons at the base of my arm as I showed him that I could do nearly 100 degrees of rotation. Anna Teresa said it was likely all I'd get without corrective surgery. I lowered my hand and regarded him with some suspicion. What are you about to ask me to do? We're going to send the first ship back to Earth in approximately 3 weeks. I want you to be on it, but... He held up his hand. But Kurt and Birgit are going to be on it. How would you feel about being on the same ship? I'd known it was coming, the return to Earth. Home. I loved the moon, but if I were Eugene, I would have put me on the first ship back to Earth, too. I shrugged. Not thrilled, but okay. I rubbed the slight bulge in my left wrist. Even to a layman, it was visible. The oddity delighted the medical community. Thank you for giving me the option to say no. He sighed. All right. Next question. Halim has requested you as co-pilot. Helen will be NavComp. Clemens approved the request. Is 3 weeks enough time for you to be ready? My brain filled with a flat buzzing. All of my joints felt as if they were filled with liquid oxygen. Did you just ask me to be co-pilot? Yes. He held up his hands. If you're not up for it, there are other options. That's not... I sat up, waving my hands as if I could pull the right words out of the air. I only needed to be able to turn my hand to 90 degrees to grip a controller. I could.
Let's go to two things. There's a dropout, and I think that one's okay. That's all right.
Okay.
And then, are you asking me to co-pilot? I think you said to be co-pilot.
Okay.
Did you just ask me to co-pilot?
Yep.
Here we go.
With liquid oxygen.
Did you just ask me to co-pilot?
I realize
wait,
I sometimes repeat.
Yeah, I
Sorry,
didn't
go
actually. Sorry, I liked my earlier read on that. Let me
Okay. I hear
redo
it.
that. No, I know what
Okay.
I did.
Cool.
Filled with liquid oxygen.
Did you just ask me to co-pilot?
Great. Thank you. I was going to
Just
say, I
wanted-
realize sometimes. Oh, go ahead.
I just wanted more what the fuck in it.
Yep. Sometimes I repeat it after you've already said you know where you are, and that's actually for me.
Got it.
So
Okay.
I'm still searching for it. Just so you know, I know you found it, but I'm filling the space because I'm still looking with my eyes to see where we are, and finishing up the editing part. So
Got it.
let's take it from I could. Here we go.
90 degrees to grip a controller.
Sorry.
That's right. Near the bottom. 1, 2, 3. Third line from the bottom of 5.
Yeah,
22.
no, it was actually that I was not on the page. I was looking at the YouTube chat.
Oh, gotcha.
I was distracted in ways I shouldn't be. Okay.
Here we go.
90 degrees to grip a controller.
I could compensate by using my shoulder if I needed extra rotation.
90 degrees to grip a controller.
I could compensate by using my shoulder if I needed extra rotation. Most spaceflight was done with the right-hand controller. None of that was the question. After my breakdown, why the hell would the IAC let me fly? They don't know. He looked down, running his thumb along the edge of his clipboard. I kept your personal difficulties out of the logs. Halim knows. Anna Teresa knows. I stared at him. You know. I also know that the crew making this flight will not have radio contact for the majority of the trip. His brow creased as he spoke. The IAC had cobbled one radio dish together, and we had communication with them only when Brazil pointed toward the moon. Eugene lifted his head and met my gaze across the tiny gallery. I know I need a crew that is...
I know. Here we go.
Gaze across the tiny gallery.
I know I need a crew that is experienced and damn good pilots. I know that the head astronaut requested you. And I know that if you aren't up for this, you will tell me. It wasn't one of the big rockets that launched from Earth. Under normal...
Rockets that launched from Earth.
Under normal circumstances, it was a nursemaid transit from the moon to Luneta and one I'd done countless times. Was I up for this? Not my arm, not my feet, but was I up for this? I looked at the small Luna Cata in the corner and the yearning on her face. I'm still crying randomly. Eating is sometimes a challenge, but I haven't missed a meal since we made contact. I turned my hand over as far as it would go, forcing the fingers apart. I'd want to do a couple of check rides and some sims. Already planning on it. 3 weeks? Yes. I nodded. Then yes, I'm stable enough. How many places do you call home? For me, it could mean my parents' home in Detroit, or an empty pied-à-terre in Kansas City, or my bunk in Artemis Base, or the middle seat in the cockpit of a rocket ship. I settled into the co-pilot seat with Helen in the nav-comp chair to my right and Halim in the commander chair to my left. The cockpit was cramped and gray, with a view of velvet black sky overhead. The moonlight that caught on the edges of the ports was the odd, ruddy color of a blood moon. I'd been on the surface during a lunar eclipse with its hours of coronal display, but I'd never launched during one. I kept feeling as if there were a fire outside the window. The window explodes in a shower of glass and flame. I grab Kenneth and spin him away. I swallowed the memory and focused. In my lap was a clipboard with the checklists for launch. I'd done this so many times over the years, I could probably have set the switches in my sleep, but we live and die by checklists, so I worked my way through as if this were the first time. Okay, scent feeds are open and shutoffs are closed. Over the comm, Myrtle's voice was a soothing presence. So soothing.
Let's go back and get a couple things, please.
Mm-hmm.
Just want to listen to one thing. I think this is probably okay. Listen, it's just the smoothness.
Okay.
Under normal circumstances, it was a nursemaid transit from the moon to Lunetta and one I'd done countless times.
No, I think I can make that better.
You hear that one?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Here we go. It's the previous page.
Got it.
Great.
Rockets that launched from Earth.
Under normal circumstances, it was a nursemaid transit from the moon to Lunetta and one I'd done countless times.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And then I just wanted to listen to pied à terre. I forgot. Were we Americanizing that, or were we trying to do the French version?
We have been doing pied à terre, like we've been pronouncing the D.
So we need to redo that just because we missed the pied a little bit.
Okay.
Or an empty pied à terre in.
Okay, great.
There we
There's
go.
a plane. There's a plane.
Oh, thank you.
Mm-hmm. See if there are any questions that I should answer. Who is in charge of this process? I ask myself that all the time. Mary Robinette or Andrew? The two of you work together so well, it's hard to tell if one of you is running things versus the other. This is... Sorry, I've just dropped a piece of paper. This is a truly collaborative process. When I am narrating for another company, the engineer/director is the one in charge, because they can hear the final product, and the company has hired them to make sure that the final product sounds good. I'm the talent. In this case, because it is my novel, there is a little more back and forth than there would be if we were working for someone else. I say a little. There's a lot more, actually, probably. Although we've recorded other people's, and we tend to be, it also tends to be fairly collaborative, because it's still my performance. I still have to be comfortable with that.
And two sets of knowledge are better than one, so.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, I'll say that sometimes.
Go on.
I was just going to say sometimes my ear catches something and I go back and then I listen to it and it's fine.
Yeah.
And sometimes, vice versa.
Yeah. The number of things that I say out loud that I have no understanding of having actually said. I don't know why I swapped those words out. That's really fascinating. You play it back. I'm like, really? Really? I said that? Apparently I did.
That's funny.
Yeah. Plane's gone.
Okay. An empty pied à terre in Kansas City.
Okay.
Here we go.
Parents' home in Detroit.
Or an empty pied à terre in Kansas City.
Or my bunk in Artemis Space.
I like the quaver. That was on purpose.
Yes.
Great. Moving on, the top of the next page, the sunlight that caught on the edges of the ports. I think you said the moonlight.
Ah, well, whatever.
Here we go. It's one line later. Here we go.
Lit black sky overhead.
The sunlight that caught on the edges of the ports was the odd, ruddy color of a blood moon.
Thank you. And then, let's see. So then I should just let you keep going because hours of coronal display, there's a little dropout on display. Okay. So we'll just punch in after we just punched in.
Okay.
Ruddy color of a blood moon.
I'd been on the surface during a lunar eclipse with its hours of coronal display, but I'd never launched during one.
Thank you. Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's all I got. Let me double check the document. Make sure I didn't miss something. Page down, page down. Okay, I don't see anything else. Moving on.
Okay.
Feeds are open after feeds are open and shutoffs are closed.
Okay.
Here we go.
And shutoffs are closed.
Over the comm, Myrtle's voice was a... So glad we've got all of the gravitas of this moment that I worked so hard to build. Whew, boy, howdy. Yeah, good job.
Thanks. You know.
Yeah.
I worked hard.
So did I. I carefully selected my food choices this morning. Seriously, people, you do not understand how much noise your body makes until you're in a booth with a vengeful engineer.
Not quite the whale sound I was going for, but pretty good.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. You probably just slow it down a little.
That's true. Give me good ideas.
Oh no!
See, it's a collaborative process.
It is a collaborative process. Oh, you're doing it right now, aren't you?
Of course I am.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
It's great.
Okay, I'm happy. Moving on.
Yeah, yeah, now they're all enjoying that in the chat. Thanks for preserving that for eternity. For me.
You know, it's the blood and guts of a real narration process.
That's literal guts of a real narration process. Okay, what was Myrtle gonna say there?
Let's see. we can do it after over the comm. That's all right.
Great.
Here we go.
Over the comm.
Myrtle's. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay.
Here we go.
Over the comm.
Myrtle's voice was a soothing presence in the Capcom seat.
Roger.
Halim flipped a switch at his position.
And I've got the crossfeed on. Trans-Earth Shuttle, Artemis. Looks,
Trans-Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Got the crossfeed on. Trans-Earth Shuttle, Artemis. Little less than 10 minutes here. Everything looks good, and we assume the steerables in track mode auto.
I nodded, even though she couldn't see me. Roger, it is in track mode auto, and both ED batteries are go.
Indeed.
Halim's voice was on comm.
All nominal.
Much of what I was doing, in fact, was reading the checklist for Halim to set the switches.
Much of what? Here we go.
All nominal.
Much of what I was doing, in fact, was reading the checklist for Halim to set the switches. We knew he could fly this solo, but I read the items aloud anyway. ATT translation for jets, balance couple on. He joined me in the litany.
He joined.
Mhm.
Excuse me.
For jets, balance couple on.
He joined me in the litany.
Balance couple on.
TTCA jets, prop push button reset, deadband minimum, ATT control to mode control auto, both. He nodded.
Reset. Auto. Auto. Trans-Earth Shuttle, Artemis, you are go for launch. Repeat, you are go for launch.
Helen watched the clock with her pencil poised.
2 minutes to launch. On my mark. Roger.
That was not Halim's voice.
Okay. Roger, here we go.
Launch. On my mark. Roger.
Halim lifted his hands away from the controls. He toggled the mic for the people riding in the passenger compartment below us.
2 minutes downstairs. Please confirm you are secure and in launch position.
Below us were some of the polio patients, but not all. Garnet would not survive the crushing G-forces of re-entry to Earth.
Garnet, here we go.
Patients, but not all.
Garnet would not survive the crushing G-forces of re-entry to Earth. Someday she might be well enough to go home, but for now she was alive on the moon and working as a computer with a pencil held in her mouth and a workboard positioned above her. Guillermo stayed behind, with a limp that did not interfere with his work, but he was afraid that if he went back to Earth, they wouldn't let him launch again. Eugene had talked Clemens into transferring Guillermo to the roster of long-timers.
Mark.
Halim replied.
Roger. Guidance steering in the AGS.
I double-checked the indicators. Every call and response calmed me and brought me closer to peace. Eugene and Myrtle have their church. I have mine. Master arm on?
1 minute downstairs.
Downstairs, Curtis Fry was restrained in a launch couch. I had not spoken with him since Eugene and I questioned him. I was fine with that. I did not want to see his face again until he was in court and I was on the witness stand. And he was not my problem. I turned to another page in the checklist. DSKY blanks? I bet it's Disky, but...
Is that something we could find out quickly? Or?
Nah, it's okay, too.
Okay, here we go.
Another page in the checklist.
DSKY blanks? Halim's hands settled on the controllers. His touch was delicate, as if he were a violinist and the translunar shuttle were a Stradivarius. On my wife? My wife? I'm not sure what that was going to be, honestly.
Can we do it from his touch?
Yep.
And the Trans-Earth shuttle. I think you said
Thank you.
Translunar.
Thank you.
Hands settled on the controllers.
His touch was delicate, as if he were a violinist, and the Trans-Earth shuttle was
And the Trans-Earth, here we go.
As if he were a violinist.
And the Trans-Earth...
As if he were a violinist.
And the Trans-Earth shuttle were a Stradivarius. On my left, Helen watched the clock and counted us down.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
The main engine ignited, utterly silent in the lunar vacuum, with only an indicator to tell us the ship was alive.
3, 2, 1.
And we had liftoff. Gravity grabbed us, trying to keep us on the moon. As we rose on a column of fire, G-forces dragged us back into the couches. I worked my panel. 11 meters per second up, be advised of the pitchover. The rocket rolled.
Be advised of the pitchover.
The rocket rolled in silence as we adjusted our angle to slot into lunar orbit before our trans-Earth injection burn. Balance couple off. The light in the cabin shifted, and the cold gray metal went warm with the amber of a sunset. As we rolled, a corona of long red and gold streamers rose in the window. It formed a ring that glowed brightest where it brushed the paper-thin skin of atmosphere wrapped.
It glowed? Oh, the paper thin.
Mm-hmm.
That glowed brightest where it brushed.
The paper-thin skin of atmosphere wrapped around our hidden planet. In the center of that shifting, ethereal halo lay a black velvet orb eclipsing the sun. Earth. Home.
Couple quick things.
Okay.
Just need to listen to Helen.
Okay.
Did you switch cups between Helen and Mark on Mark versus Roger? Do you remember?
I don't know. I switched from the cup that I was using for Myrtle to the one that I was using for Helen. But
Okay.
I stayed.
It just, if you were consistent, that's fine. It just at that one point it sounded like Helen's cup was similar to Halim's cup, but it could have just been because it was just one word.
Oh, Helen and Halim use the same cup.
Of course they do.
Yes,
Sorry. Yeah,
they're
in the
helmets.
same. Yeah. Yep.
Loopy Dragon tells us that DSKY is spoken as Disky.
Great. Let's go back.
Let's do that. Thank you, Loopy Dragon.
Yep.
I'm so glad that I have other space nerds around.
Just gotta find where it is.
525.
525.
3/4 of the way down the page.
3/4 of the way down the page.
2/3 of the way down the page, maybe. Yeah.
I have it covered up with a marking of what region I'm in. So one sec here.
Okay.
Let me find the audios piece.
Sweetly.
Yep, all we need is that. I found it. Here we go.
Another page in the checklist.
Disky blanks. Let me do that again because it sounded like adjective and verb instead of noun and verb.
Got it.
Or adjective
Another
and
page
noun.
in the checklist.
Disky blanks.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thought I heard a noise somewhere. Let me listen.
I have
Can we do
joked. Oh, go on.
Can we do Helen watch the clock and counted us down? Sure, a noise.
Yes.
It's right
Give me a
after
second.
Disky Blank's pretty close. After on my left.
Okay.
On my left.
Helen watched the clock and counted us down. 9, 8, 7.
Got it.
Okay.
I interrupted you. You were going to say something.
Oh, I have made jokes about, and may do at some point, getting red Solo cups that had the Lady Astronaut Club logo on it and selling them as "Talk like the astronauts do," so that you can have conversations.
Still a good idea.
I know. I think people would buy it. Don't understand why, but I think they would.
Okay, so epilogue, and then going back and getting a couple of the things.
Yes, well, and then we also have, and we can do it in any order, but we do also have about the history. So we are going all the way to, we are reading the afternotes.
Do you have the Arabic phrase?
I do.
Excellent.
It will take us a long time, just FYI.
Okay. Would you rather finish all this and then go back, or?
Yeah.
Like all?
Because that's going to be
great.
long and frustrating.
Got it. All right, let's do epilogue. Here we go.
Home.
Epilogue. First Mayor of Lunar Colony addresses United Nations. Artemis Base, Moon, May 28, 1965. Today, Major Eugene Lindholm addressed the United Nations via telelink from the Moon after his historic win as the first mayor of Artemis Base. Major Lindholm, a handsome Negro man, has been serving for the past year as the International Aerospace Coalition's administrator of the lunar colony, but will step down to take on this new role. In his address, he thanked the United Nations for their vision in allowing the Moon to be a self-governing and independent world. He invited all nations and all peoples to think of the Moon as a new cradle for humanity. He was joined by his wife, Mrs. Lindholm, who wore a navy-belted pantsuit.
Who wore?
And by his wife, Mrs. Lindholm, who wore a navy-belted pantsuit with a matching feathered cloche. The ballroom was stifling as 250 guests circulated in a swirl of Kansas City's social hierarchy. At the front of the room, on the stage where we held press conferences, a fantastic big band backed Ella Fitzgerald. I smiled at my guests as I moved among them with the cool stem of a martini glass in my right hand. Having learned from mistakes with Kenneth, this party was cocktails and hors d'oeuvres, but honestly, I think I could have thrown a 12-course banquet and no one would have objected. We were welcoming the first Mars expedition home. Even if you didn't approve of the space program, these men and women were worldwide heroes. Each of the crew members who made it home from,
Were worldwide heroes.
Each of the crew members who had made it home from Mars stood with a knot of people around them. On the far wall, I'd had them hang the official astronaut portraits of those we'd lost. I spotted Nathaniel York, trapped by Senator Mason from North Carolina, who had backed the man into a bouquet of gardenias. Nathaniel had one hand in the pocket of his tuxedo trousers and nursed a martini while he looked past the senator to the press of people around Elma. He would be stuck there for hours. I worked my way through the crowd in a swirl of robin's egg.
Can we do he would be stuck there for hours, or just a little drop out on he?
Yes.
The press of people around Elma.
He would be stuck there for hours. I worked my way through the crowd in a swirl of robin's egg taffeta. Well, good evening, Senator, Dr. York. The senator turned, chest puffing over the cummerbund of his tuxedo. Madam President, such a pleasure to see you in such excellent timing. Dr. York and I were just discussing the budget constraints that the space program faces. Nathaniel, standing slightly behind the governor's line of sight, mouthed, "Save me." Now, Senator. I put my left hand, clad in white kid glove, on the sleeve of his tuxedo to build rapport. You know I will have those conversations with you at any time. In fact, you're on my to-do list for next week. I want to sit down and look at a job creation program from North 4.
I want to sit down. Give me 1 second. That's that. I'm just checking one thing.
Okay.
It's taking me longer than I would like. There we go. Somewhere here.
This party was cocktails and hors d'oeuvres, but honestly, I think I could have thrown a...
Right before that.
I smiled at my guests as I moved among them with the cool stem of a martini glass in my right hand.
That's okay. So cool stem is fine. Next week, his greedy little eyes gleamed, please.
Okay.
You're on my to-do list for next week.
Sorry.
That's okay. Here we go.
You're on my to-do list for next week.
I want to sit down and look at a job creation program for North Carolina. His greedy little eyes gleamed.
That is mighty considerate of you, I must say. I am glad to hear you are thinking about the interests of the states of this great nation.
Of course. Maybe I can take you up in my plane.
Oh,
He blinked, because flying with me had become a coveted distinction in the Kansas City circles. Oh, the Secret Service hated it every time I went up, but I changed more minds by getting them above the cloud layer and into sunshine than with all of my rhetorical power. It had been worth every penny I'd spent on the modified controls. And for this climber? Private time with the president? How could he turn that down? But I also knew for a fact he was afraid of heights, and I had a reputation for doing stunt flying. Senator Mason cleared his throat.
that's very, very kind.
Wonderful. I look forward to having that conversation with you. Now, you're a family man, so you'll understand as few others can. I gestured to Nathaniel without slopping gin over the edge of my martini glass, thanks to years at an actual Swiss finishing school. This man has not seen his wife for 3 years, and she only got home days ago. So I'm going to use my presidential powers and escort him to her.
But of course.
My private secretary trailed my left shoulder at these events and would set something up with his people. I'd used the code phrase, having that conversation, so she would not set up a flight with him and would limit it to a 15-minute meeting. He'd be grateful to get out of flying and wouldn't push for more. If I looked over my right shoulder, I would see one of the bodyguards who followed me everywhere in public, even when we were, technically, in my own home. The ballroom was part of the public areas of the new White House, and I was a new president with people who demonstrably did not like my policies of expanding the space program. Airplane?
Thank you. We have to go back real quick and just get a little bit ago.
Mm-hmm.
I would see one of the bodyguards who followed me everywhere public.
Okay,
He said everywhere in public.
thank you.
Find my spot while we're waiting for the plane.
Okay.
There we go, yeah.
Kendra, you are correct about rolling your eyes when the announcer voice happens. That is the thing I am going for in many of the cases, particularly when the announcer voice is describing women by their husbands' names and what they are wearing. Okay, clear.
Okay, great, here we go.
Flying and wouldn't push for more.
Got it.
Sorry, we're doing a punt.
Yep,
Yeah,
nope,
that's
nope.
all right. Here we go.
Flying and wouldn't push for more.
If I looked over my right shoulder, I would see one of the bodyguards who followed me everywhere in public.
Here we go, same place, please.
Flying and wouldn't push for more.
If I looked over my right shoulder, I would see one of the bodyguards who followed me everywhere public.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, moving on to
There's
After
another
expanding the space program.
plane, but it's farther away, and I'm not sure.
I'm going to turn up here. I currently don't hear it.
Okay, good.
After expanding the space program. So Nathaniel's side, here we go.
Okay.
Ways of expanding the space program.
Nathaniel sighed with relief as we walked away. I don't know what that sound is. I believe
Yep.
it is a cat.
After walked away.
Okay.
It was a considerate cat because it was right after away. So
Oh, good.
Here we go.
With relief as we walked away.
Thank you. The pinch of worry that
Was considerate cat an oxymoron?
yes. Oh, I should show everyone the picture that greeted me this morning. So when I, and then we'll continue narrating. So those of you who have been watching have heard me talk about how Elsie has greeted me with a decapitated head of tulip, one of the tulip blossoms in front of my door. Today, this is what the tulips looked like. I think she is trying for a whole new level of interpretive sculpture, I guess. I'm not sure what's going on there, but pretty sure that that's not the way I left them last night. Good cat. Real good cat. Love her a lot.
After thank you.
Okay. Oh, hang on. Okay.
Here we go.
Away. Thank you.
The pinch of worry that had gripped his features for the past 3 years was not quite gone.
I would thank you for inviting us, but I can't get to my wife.
Sorry, I worried about that. I tried to peer through the crowd, but could really only make out her hair. Why the IAC didn't give her a handler, I would never understand. We would have to talk. Watch this. I approached the crowd and formed my flight plan as I went, marking out the terrain and where the hot air was likely to be gustiest.
Marking out. Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Formed my flight plan as I went,
marking out the terrain and where the hot air was likely to be gustiest. Ambassador Ferdosi, such a pleasure. Have you met Dr. York? I'm just taking him through to his wife. Oh, hello, General Tani. Have you met Dr. York? I'm just taking him through to his wife. And Mrs. Henson, tell your husband I loved the show. Have you met Dr. York? I'm just taking him through to his wife. The floor cleared. Elma, darling. Nicole, Madam President. Elma turned with such palpable relief that I could almost, there's no that.
Elma turned. Here we go.
Madam President.
Elma turned with such palpable relief I could almost see the numbers of the Fibonacci.
I could almost. Here we go.
Turned with such palpable relief
I could almost see the numbers of the Fibonacci sequence forming over her head. Lady Astronaut, I've barely seen you tonight.
Lady Astronaut. Here we go.
Sequence forming over her head.
Lady Astronaut, I've barely seen you tonight. I embraced her and whispered, my staff have instructions to show you to the Washington bedroom if you need to make an escape. Thank you. Pulling back, I drew Nathaniel forward. I've brought you your husband. Nathaniel, I was wondering where you'd gotten to. Stetson Parker, the commander of the first Mars expedition, stood near her with that ferociously charming smile of his. He'd lost most of his hair while away. Stress, solar radiation, or male pattern balding.
Stress. Here we go.
Lost most of his hair while away.
Stress, solar radiation, or male pattern balding. Hard to tell.
Hard to tell.
Hard to tell. Yes, please.
Here we go.
Very punchy today.
What's that?
I said I'm very punchy today.
Me too. After balding. Here we go.
Okay.
Radiation or male pattern balding.
Hard to tell. He was still a handsome son of a bitch.
Madam President, sure we can't tempt you back into space?
My work is here. Doing the work. My place is here. God damn it. Come on.
Here we go.
Can't tempt you back into space?
My place is here. Doing the work my husband started. I turned to the assembled group who were still vying for time with the famous Lady Astronaut and the... Okay. Lady Astronaut was fine. It was the next thing that I was...
Yeah, okay. I turned. Here we go.
Okay.
Work my husband started.
I turned to the assembled group who were still vying for time with the famous Lady Astronaut and the first man in space. None of them were paying attention to the fact that I'd booked Ella Fitzgerald for this event. Friends, There's a wonderful band, and these lovebirds haven't seen each other for 3 years. Shall we let them sneak off to the dance floor? Oh, yes. Elma's anxiety looked like bubbling enthusiasm if you didn't know her. I haven't danced in years, so don't watch too closely. Nathaniel led her away without a backward glance. Parker winked at the crowd. We're used to 1/3 of your gravity, so tripping the light fantastic will not happen tonight, except maybe the tripping part. He held out his hand to me. May I have this dance, Madam President? Of course. I tucked my arm in his and handed the martini off to my secretary. Parker had a line of tension in his shoulders I wasn't used to seeing. I lowered my voice and murmured, Gravity giving you trouble? His gaze shot my way and he shook his head.
His gaze, here we go. One thing. Can we get can I get the phrase, I turned to the assembled group who were still vying for time with the famous, and just that, the piece, there was just a noise, a stomach noise.
Okay.
Here we go.
Work my husband started.
I turned to the assembled group who were still vying for time with the famous Lady Astronaut.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Great. And then back where we were. Gravity giving you trouble. After gravity giving you trouble. Here we go.
Okay.
Gravity giving you trouble?
Sorry. I just got the pronunciation from away, so I'm going to look at it when we are done.
Okay.
Okay.
Gravity giving you trouble?
His gaze shot my way and he shook his head. My world can...
Shot my way and he shook his head.
My world mostly consisted of a handful of people in a tin can until 3 days ago. He nodded to Elma and Nathaniel, who were gliding through a slow foxtrot to blue skies. She's weathering it better than I am. She's got years of practice. We moved into dance position, my left hand not quite settling into the correct frame on his left shoulder. And I was aware of the crowd taking note that the first man in space was dancing with the President of the United States. This would be in all the papers tomorrow. I'd have to make sure I danced with at least 2 of the other male astronauts, or the papers would romantically link me with Parker, which was a headache I did not need. But do let me know what I can do for you and your team now that you're back. Actually, he swung us in a 3-point pivot. I did want to pick your brain. I'm going to retire from the IAC and was thinking about politics as a next step.
Can we go back and get, we moved to dance position. My left hand not quite settling into the correct frame on his shoulder. I think you said his left shoulder.
Got it.
Find my spot.
Mm-hmm.
After left hand, so we can do not quite settling through shoulder, please.
Position. My left hand not
quite settling into the correct frame on his shoulder.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Okay, back where we were, please. That's not it. I'm going to retire.
Okay.
Please, from there.
fine.
I'm going to retire from the IAC and was thinking about politics as a next step. I raised my eyebrows. I didn't think anything could pry you out of space. I've got 2 teenage boys. He promenaded us slow, quick across the dance floor. So, any tips? Well, what's your platform? I threw my head back and laughed. Sorry, it's just so delightful to actually stump you. I squeezed his shoulder. You need a platform that helps people understand why they should vote for you. What was yours? He smiled wryly as he turned us in another pivot step. Our news was censored. I know. I told them I thought that was wrong. I sighed, thinking about the world the Mars expedition had left versus the one they'd come back to. Okay, platforms. For instance, I linked job creation, sorry.
That's all right. For instance, after for instance, here we go.
For instance,
I linked job creation and economic growth to the space industry, coupled with
After industry.
growth to the space industry,
coupled with increasing accessibility to reduce people's fears about being abandoned on Earth. The fact that I was nearly killed. What? He didn't actually stop dancing, but because.
He didn't actually. Here we go.
was nearly killed. What?
He didn't actually stop dancing because Parker was still a pilot, but it was close. Oh, right. I shrugged. Terrorist on the moon, lost environmental controls, got shocked. You were electrocuted? No, I was shocked. If I'd been electrocuted, I'd be dead. Which brought us to the other part of my platform. The point is, your platform has two prongs, the policy and the person. My policy focused on space, but I sold it based on how it would benefit people on the ground. For the person, I rode the coattails of a martyred husband. It sold well. Parker guided me to the edge of the dance floor and stopped. I was sorry to hear about Kenneth. 2 years, 2 weeks, and 3 days, and it still hurt. Thank you, that's very kind. They didn't tell us. Damn it. He was a good man. Yes, he was the love of my life. I put my hand on his upper arm, belatedly realizing why the fact that he had teenage boys was different now than when he'd left. His wife had died during the Earth First blackout. And how are you holding up? Parker covered his mouth and turned abruptly so his back was to the dance floor. A moment later, he cleared his throat. I was doing okay until we got back. The house is... I know. I squeezed his arm, knowing.
Squeeze. Let me just check one quick thing. You said he didn't actually stop dancing as opposed to he did not. I don't know if that really bothers you or not.
I'm okay with...
Great.
Yeah, I'm okay with that one.
Okay. After I know. Here we go.
I know.
I squeezed his arm, knowing exactly how empty his home felt. I'm going to stand here and babble about nothing while you pull yourself together. He nodded. I caught my secretary's eye and flashed 2 fingers. In a moment, we would each have a martini, and in the meantime, I launched into a highly embellished version of being shocked. He laughed at the right moments, but I think it was a while before Parker actually heard me. Outside the velvet drapes that framed the tall windows, the clouds broke for a moment and the ballroom filled with long shafts of blue light. Conversation stumbled to a halt as people turned like moths to the flame at the rare sight of a waxing 3/4 moon. My gaze went automatically to the right eye of the man in the moon. Dawn would just be breaking over Artemis Base. Plane?
Okay. And listen.
I think we're probably okay, but it is coming closer.
Okay. Yeah, we were good through everything where we stopped. We're good.
Yeah.
So when it's done passing by.
Yeah. Okay.
Gone?
Yeah.
Okay. Here we go.
Breaking over Artemis Base.
Wisps. One more time.
Breaking over Artemis Base.
Wisps slid across her face, and the moon drew her veil back around her, leaving only a glow in the sky to mark her location. How many places do you call home? The party went on longer than any of the astronauts would have liked. At some point, Elma and Nathaniel disappeared. The moment the other members of the first Mars expedition were safely out of the ballroom and escorted to their guest rooms in the new White House, I made my own escape. The door to the ballroom shut behind me. The hangers-on would continue to schmooze for a while before realizing the influential guests had left. The reporters would be the last to go, leaving only when the last canapé had been consumed. I let the first piece of my public armor fall away and tugged off my long kid gloves, exposing the bulge in my left arm. One hallway, a set of stairs, and a door were between me and the private areas of the new White House. I exercised.
1 second. Here we go. After a set of stairs, pardon me for 1 minute. I just need to check something. Okay.
Okay.
Here we go.
A set of stairs.
And a door were between.
A set of stairs.
And a door were between me and the private areas of the new White House. I exercised my presidential powers and kicked off my heels. Would that my power extended to the fashion industry. Sighing, I let my aching feet sink into the thick pile carpet for a moment. Bending, I scooped the shoes up and headed for the stairs. At the bottom, I paused outside the door to my private suite. Glancing over my right shoulder, I nodded to the Secret Service agent. Thank you for your work tonight.
Good night, Madam President.
I stepped through the door and let the second layer of public face drop away. Tu Guanyu Chu, now my new White House Chief of Staff, waited in the hall to take my gloves and shoes.
Good evening, Madam President. Your dinner is waiting in your sitting room.
Very good. Thank you, Chu. He was the only person on my staff who knew. He kept a log, and on nights like this, where an hors d'oeuvre reception gave me an easy excuse to not eat, he had a carefully calibrated plate waiting for me. Food is fuel, and I had a job to do. From the inner recesses, a small gray streak bounded across the room, fluffy tail held high. Maggie the cat billowed as she hurried to me and rubbed against my legs. Her fur was like a thundercloud, and, as Kenneth had promised, her eyes were iridescent. She was the most beautiful cat, and had a voice like a dying sheep. I crouched down to greet my cat. Well, hello, beautiful. She bleated again and twined around me. Yes, I know. The state of the world is worrisome. I scooped her up. What should we do? She twisted on her back, in my arms.
Oh, those are great.
It's really what she sounded like.
I love it. Can we get real quick? I crouched to greet my cat.
Yes.
I think you said I crouched down.
Okay.
I just need that phrase.
Okay.
That would make a great text message thing too. Okay, here we go.
Sorry. Okay, that's fine.
It's good.
Okay, I just, yep, okay. I just, It's fine.
That's really good.
I can narrate. I'm fine now. Oh, God.
Okay. Here we go.
I crouched to greet my cat.
I'm crying actual tears.
Oh, wait for the next one because we have to punch in right
Yep.
after that.
Yep, we sure do.
Oh, God. So doomed. All right.
Okay, here we go.
She twisted on her back in my arms and let me rub the soft fluff of her belly. Unlike every cat I have ever known, she will stretch out to give better access and go limp in my arms. That's a very sound plan. I rubbed the lighter gray fluff of her belly as her green-blue eyes squinted shut, and then I looked up at Chu. Sorry, is there anything I should attend to before dinner? No, Madam President. He would say that regardless, except under very specific parameters. The correspondence that requires your personal attention is on your desk. Per.
Per, here we go. That was good.
Thanks.
Attention is on your desk.
Per your instructions, I've confirmed breakfast with the Yorks in the morning before they depart on the European tour. Thank you. Good night and good work. I sighed and carried Maggie partway across the room. She squirmed in my arms, and I let her down to scamper away, still full of kitten energy in an adult cat body. The light in my little sitting room was on, and the curtains were drawn to shield me.
Here we go.
In my little sitting room was on,
And the curtains were drawn to shield me from the outside world. I closed the door, leaning on it for a moment. Kenneth's portrait hung over the mantel, and I waved at him. It was a good soiree. Parker wants to go into politics. On the table in the middle of the room, a covered dish sat on a starched white tablecloth. I walked over and pulled the lid off. Caesar salad and a bowl of mouet, rice still steaming from the kitchens below. From my chair, a dark, fuzzy head poked out from under the tablecloth and meeped at me. Well, hello, sir. I bent down and scooped up my old man cat. He shoved his head under my chin. Marlowe was ancient and rickety, but scratching under his chin still made him purr like a Sirius IV rocket escaping Earth's gravity. Hey, sweet boy, I'm home.
One quick fix.
Yep.
He shoved his head into my chin. I think you said
Okay, thank you.
under. Mhm. Here we go.
Okay.
scooped up my old man cat.
He shoved his head into my chin.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to go get them ways?
Let me see what it sounds like, but I feel like, let me
Break.
Yeah, I kind of feel like break. Maybe the moe, and then let me see how bad it is.
Okay.
Oh, come on. All right. Just trying to open it on my phone, and it's not letting me.
Because reasons.
Because reasons. There we go.
Mui is porridge in Taiwanese. Mui. Used in a phrase, we can say jia mui, or to eat porridge. Hopefully that will help. Mui.
I said it right.
Mui.
Great.
Shockingly. It's very confusing.
Awesome. Kanji, is that also okay?
That's also fine.
Are we looking? Great. Let me just see if anyone else caught things that I didn't catch.
Okay.
I think we're okay.
All right. So let's go
On
ahead and take our
those.
lunch break.
we'll start with the acknowledgments and then
Yeah.
go back through and get the other things when we get back.
That sounds great.
Cool.
Okay, everyone. Thank you very much. We're gonna break for an hour. Then we'll do. I'm not sure. We'll do more recording stuff. But that is the end of the novel. The only things that are left are fixes and the about the history stuff. And I'll try to answer your questions too. We'll be back in an hour, so at quarter till whatever hour you're in.
So
right. This is exciting. So, just so everyone knows, what we did so far was to get to there. And because this is an arc, we will not be reading this page, which just says TK. We will be reading more than that. Do you want to go back and do the pickups first, like the Arabic that I need to now attempt to do, or do you want to do the rest of the stuff?
Shall we just do the Arabic just because
Get it
we
out
know
of the way?
that's there
Yeah.
hanging out there for us?
Yep.
Yep. I'm going to
Okay.
do it at the end of the timeline and then fly it where I need it.
Sounds great.
Because I think that'll be
take me a
easier.
while.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
I need to find it too. I think I wrote down, there it is. Page 346 at the bottom. 364, excuse me, at the bottom.
Thank you.
It's Ana Teresa.
Yeah. So because Ana Teresa is... Oh, wait. I just typed in the wrong
No,
page.
that's not quite right.
Nope, that's
I
not
did
the right
too,
page.
clearly. It's not the right page. 363 at
Aha.
the bottom, excuse me.
Yes.
So close.
So close. So because she is not a native speaker of Arabic, it is okay for it to be a little off. But I want to try
Great.
to... so I have those two, and then let me get the other one. See, I just do the singing randomly sometimes.
Mid-sentence.
Sorry. That was for me, not for you. There it is.
Okay. All right.
Excuse me.
So this is our target speed,
Okay.
which will not be the speed that I actually hit. Let's see if I can get it to play for us. Oh. So that just played in my earphones. Let me play it on the speakers so that you can hear it as well, in theory.
Okay. Oof. One more time.
Okay, so that tells me where my pauses are.
Could I hear that one more time, please?
Yep, I'm just pulling it up so that I just want to have
Reading
the
as
text.
you listen.
Yeah, next
Yeah.
to it. Ugh, why do I do these things? Okay.
Huh.
Yeah, I'm not actually...
Once we get the
Oof.
Kabalthala Ali Atlak, like the last part I can see, but the first part is after the first word. I'm having a hard time associating.
Yeah, me too. Let me do the super, super, super slow version.
Okay.
Come on. Oops, that was not what I wanted to do. Whoa. Thanks, computer. That was helpful. Nope, still don't want that. Thank you. There we go. So this is
لن أقول أنها أكثر امرأة عنيدة قابلتها على الإطلاق.
Wow. Okay.
yeah, no,
I
that is
I got the last 4.
yeah, that is very different than the than the way it looks in the text
Faster.
to me.
Yeah. Yeah, me too.
لن أقول
Lim. Okay. Let me. This is why
Why you're
this is why I heard it this morning. I was like, oh, this is going to take me a while.
yeah. While you're practicing, if you don't mind practicing with Anna Teresa's voice that way.
Yeah. I would tell you that I would, except that it is easier for me if I can match the person and then.
Understood.
Okay, lem.
أقول أنها لن أقول
Oh, come on. Let me type. Cool.
أنها
إنها. Oops. Come on. Naha. Naha.
أكثر
Exo. Okay.
امرأة
امرأة
عنيدة
Sorry, went back.
أنها
إنها
أكثر
أكثر
امرأة
امرأة
عنيدة
عنيدة Okay.
قابلتها
قابلتها
على الإطلاق
على الإطلاق على الإطلاق. All right. Now I'll put that where I can see it on the page with everything else that I was supposed to say. I'm going
Can you
to
play
listen.
just the last part of what she said one more time for me, just so I
Yep.
get it in my ear?
عنيدة
عنيدة
قابلتها
قابلتها
على الإطلاق
على الإطلاق.
Is the last one al itlaq or at itlaq?
At itlaq, I think.
Okay. Sounded a little bit like an L to me, but
Oh.
could be from what I'm listening.
قابلتها على الإطلاق
El-Itlaq. Okay, no, I think it is El-Itlaq. I think you're correct.
Cool. Okay.
Okay. Now let me listen to the faster version.
Uh-huh.
ولا نقول إنها أكثر
Okay. Lima kula naha. So that gets us breath there.
امرأة عنيدة قبلت على الإطلاق.
One more time, sir.
ولا نقول إنها أكثر
Lima kula na. Lima kula na. Okay, I feel okay doing that with her.
ولا نقول إنها أكثر امرأة عنيدة قبلت على الإطلاق.
Extheru impra. Ooh, I'm so doomed. Extheru imbratun anidatun kabeltaha ala elitlak.
ولا نقول إنها
Lima kulana. Extheru ibratun anidatun.
أكثر امرأة عنيدة.
Extheru ibratun anad.
أكثر امرأة عنيدة قبلت على الإطلاق.
Anidatun kabeltaaha ala elitlak. Extheru ibratun anidatun. Extheru ibratun anidatun kabeltaha ala elitlak.
ولا نقول إنها
Lena kulana. They were speaking in Arabic and switched mid-sentence. Lena kulana. Extheru ibratun anidatun kabel taha ala elitlak. I'm pretty sure I can eventually get that so it's smooth.
Does it make sense to just do the first little bit and then the last little bit in two
Yep.
pieces?
Yes.
Because especially the first one, I think you're getting really close already.
Yeah. Are you? We're just recording.
Sorry,
there.
I
forgot.
was just gonna record. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. Here we go.
Lima kulana. Extheru ibratun anidatun kabel taha ala elitlak. Okay, let's try that again.
أكثر امرأة عنيدة.
Extheru abani. One more time. Multiple more times. I don't know why I said one.
أكثر امرأة عنيدة.
Extheru. Let's see.
أكثر امرأة عنيدة قبلت على الإطلاق.
For what
أكثر
it's worth,
امرأة
it sounds.
Yeah.
Aksari Marani is what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me too.
Okay, good.
Okay. Aksari. Aksari.
أكثر امرأة عنيدة. أكثر امرأة عنيدة.
Aksari Ramen.
أكثر امرأة عنيدة قبلت على الإطلاق. أكثر امرأة عنيدة.
Aksarim Ra'anida. Aksarim Is that what it sounds like to you? Aksarim Ranida.
Sounds like Aksa Imra Ani.
Aksa.
Ox are like oxen, except without the N, to me, is what it sounds like.
No, I just accidentally closed it.
ولا نقول إنها أكثر إمراني.
Aksarim Ranidam. Aksarim Ranidan.
أكثر إمراني ذا قبلت.
Aksarim Ranida Kabalta Elitlak. Aksarim Ranida.
أكثر إمراني ذا قبلت على الإطلاق.
Kabalta Elitlak. Kabalta Elitlak. Ra'anidam. Ra'anidam Kabalta Alit. Oof.
After the knee, I don't think there's a dum, but a la. Aksar Imra Ani la Kabulta al Itlaq, I think. So Imra Ani la, I think.
Ra'anila.
I think so.
I don't think there's an la.
Okay.
أكثر إمراني ذا قبلت على الإطلاق.
Ra'anida is what I'm hearing.
Okay, it could be that I'm just not hearing it as well from the headphones versus the speaker.
Yeah. Let me, I can forward it to you.
Okay.
Oops, sorry for everyone. Okay. Oh, shit. Hang on.
What's wrong? Oh, okay.
I had a meeting today that I thought was canceled, and it's not, so I just need to let them know.
Anita, yeah.
Okay. So just sent it to you.
Okay. I have a possible something that might be helpful. Take a listen and see if you think this helps. I'm able to slow him down in his fast read.
Oh,
Does that
cool.
make sense?
Yeah.
Take a listen. I'm just doing it from what I was recording you while you're playing back, so it's from your speaker, but I think it sounds good enough. And you're right, it's a D, not an L.
أكثر إمراني ذا قبلت على الإطلاق.
Does that help? I can slow it down more.
Roxy.
Don't want to go too far. You let me play one more time.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right on the. It's a nida.
أكثر امرأة عنيدة قبلت على الإطلاق.
Raksal im'a lanida.
أكثر امرأة عنيدة قبلت على الإطلاق.
Aksar im'a ranidam. Kabota al itlaq.
أكثر امرأة عنيدة قبلت على الإطلاق.
Aksar im'a nidam kabota al itlaq. Aksarim ra nidam ra nidam kabota alal elilok. Oksarim
أكثر امرأة عنيدة قبلت على الإطلاق.
Oksarim ra nida kabota alal elilok. Aksarim ra nida kabota alal Aksarim ra nidam kabota alal elilok. Aksarim ra nidam kabota alal elilok.
It's all really good except for the very last. I think you're adding one too many laws. Take a listen.
أكثر امرأة عنيدة قبلت على الإطلاق.
Kabota elilok.
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
Rolling.
Aksarim ra nidam kabota elilok. Okay.
Let me play it again. My Pro Tools is not allowing me to copy and paste while we roll, so I have to keep stopping to play it back. Sorry.
Yeah.
أكثر امرأة عنيدة قبلت على الإطلاق.
Aksarim ra nida kabota elilok. But it's close. Okay, so if I try this again, Aksaram ra nidam kabota elilok. But it's close. Let's put the hammocks in the Do we buy it? More.
It's
I'll do it
almost
again.
there. There's just
Yeah.
Yep. It's the al itlaq it's simpler at the end than I think you're making it. Aksim ra nida kabalta al itlaq I think is all it is.
Al itlaq. Yeah, I think there's just a lot of stuff that gets elided when she says it. There's definitely more syllables than when he says it.
Yes, I think you're right. He definitely elides a lot more.
Yeah.
Do you want to hear it again, or you just want to keep rolling? You're very close.
Okay, I'll just try it one more time.
Okay. Do you want to hear it first, or just roll?
Let me hear it.
Okay, here it comes.
أكثر امرأة عنيدة قبلت على الإطلاق.
Aksarim ra nida kabota al itlaq. Aksarim ra nida kabota al itlaq. But it's close. Let me try one more time. So Rachel, the middle sounds like a la to you. That's the same thing that sounded like a la to Adam when he was also hearing it just over the speakers. But when he has the original,
D.
It's definitely a D.
Yeah, it's definitely a da. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
أكثر امرأة عنيدة قبلت على الإطلاق.
Aksarim ra nida kabulta alitlak. Alitlak. Aksarim ra. One more time. Can I hear?
Yes.
أكثر امرأة عنيدة قبلت على الإطلاق.
Aksarim ra nida kabulta alitlak. But it's close. Let's put the hammocks in the two far corners.
I think we could go with that. I think you can do one better, just her voice.
Okay.
You snapped in afterwards.
Okay.
But it was close. It was close during. But I think you can do get a little closer if possible.
Okay.
Here we go.
أكثر امرأة عنيدة قبلت على الإطلاق.
Aksarim. Again.
Here it comes.
أكثر أكثر امرأة عنيدة قابلتها على الإطلاق.
أكثر امرأة عنيدة قابلتها على الإطلاق, but it's close. Let's put the hammocks in the two far corners.
That was pretty good. Take a listen.
Okay.
Without having done anything to it yet. So.
Okay.
أكثر امرأة عنيدة قابلتها على الإطلاق, but it's...
What do you think?
Yeah. And do you have, did you get the but it's close?
I did. Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. I may have shifted pitch. So my first lim al kul limakul innaha may no longer be correct.
Okay.
So
let's
when
see
you
if I
when
can
you put it
find-
together, let's find out.
Okay. Let me find the first one here. Let's see. One sec. Just getting the first one.
Okay.
لا نقول إنها.
So
Yeah.
the very first one, I think we've got it, except for I feel like I hear an O at the beginning of his thing.
لا نقول إنها.
Olana kuluna, and I think we missed the O. If you agree with my assessment of here's what we have.
Okay.
Lena kulana.
I am fine with it because they are coming in mid-sentence. They're speaking Arabic and as they walk in.
Cool. Give me one sec
So-
here. Let me just line up the edit then.
Yeah.
But it's close.
Just setting up the stuff that was around it so I can
Yeah.
hear it in context.
So Sally Smith has just said this must have been impossibly slow in tape days. In tape days, I would have practiced the heck out of it before I got into the booth, so that we were not having to do this. I am the fact that we are doing digital and I have Andrew allows me to be lazy. Honestly, this is I should already have that phrase down before I get into the chair. So this is not a good example of what a narrator does. Normally, with any other book, I would have practiced it. I mean, I would still need to step through it with a language that I don't have, but not to the degree that we just had to do.
Sorry, this will take me a minute.
Oh yeah, no, you're fine. Kendra, saw blade on the bandsaw. I've had that happen. That's no fun. Glad you didn't lose an eye, which is actually the thing I worry about with those less than the fingers. Okay, so questions. Is the new White House modeled on the old one, or is it a building previously built that was co-opted to a presidential purpose? Neither. It is a new building, but it's not modeled on the old one. It is a new design that is a post-meteor design, so a great deal of it is actually underground. It's got the whole bunker thing going on, which is why her quarters are downstairs, whereas in our White House, they're upstairs. And the curtains, they're not quite light wells, but it's much like the Kansas City one. It's a stepped terrace kind of thing. When it comes to a lot of the typos, slips in editing, Moon, Artemis Base, and such that you've noticed, is it easier to have them correct in the ebook version than print? Yes, it is easier to have them corrected in the ebook version. Only because they can theoretically upload that immediately. However, the challenge with ebook is that each ebook platform is its own file. So when we make a change, they have to make it in multiple files, and often they have to reflow the text on the page, which then causes other problems. It can be a cascading problem. So they are loath to do corrections. Usually what happens is it'll be something that gets picked up in another edition.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. What are you apologizing for?
Oh, I thought I'd played it back. I played what I was working on accidentally back in your thing, but I realized I'd soloed it up, so it didn't matter. You guys didn't hear it.
Oh,
so
great.
then you heard me apologize after I hit play because the talkback is always open.
Haha, funny.
At least when it's not playing. Yep.
Yeah. What is the bulge in Nicole's arm based on? Fiction, or is it based on something? It is, I mean, it's based on real case studies. It's not something that happened to any pilots. But I worked with Jennifer Chu, who's an orthopedic surgeon, and Kjell Lindgren, who's an astronaut and has, handled all of these controls to come up with a break that would, and also Kjell is a doctor. He was he's set bones and things like that. So we worked on coming up with a break that would cause the effect that I wanted to have, which is to give her a permanent disability, but still have her be able to fly with some modifications. Like I wanted to, because I needed her to be able to fly home, and I also needed her to be functional when the up to the point where the cast comes off. I mean, functional. I needed her to think that she could get into a spacesuit with the cast on. So the first suggestion that they made was actually to have her break off her elbow bone, the tip of that, because that will basically, it restricts all kinds of rotational things. But it would have been an above-the-arm cast, and she would obviously have known that she couldn't get into a spacesuit with that. So I needed a below-the-arm cast. The thing that happens with the electricity, there are several case studies of things like that happening. As Ana Teresa says, usually to children or people with frail bones, which an astronaut with anorexia would almost certainly have. The second fall, the fall that she has, where she comes down really hard on it, that dislodges the it was not a good without all of the things that, without the X-ray machine, which Ana Teresa didn't have because it was in the SciMod and which was still wet. She couldn't set it really well. And then there were additional problems with it. So, but when that happens, you can sometimes get a visible bulge because the bones are misaligned. But the other thing that happens, and this is the cool space thing, is that without a gravity load, one of the things that will happen is that bone will, what's it called? Undirectional? Non-directional? Anyway, the bone won't. I'm messing up the words, but the bone will kind of grow in random directions. So part of why the medical folks got excited is that she has this weird bone growth nodule thing that happened because she wasn't putting sufficient gravity load on it. So yeah, she royally screwed herself up. Let's see. Are acknowledgements, historical notes going to be added to the previous books too? I don't know. That's a good question. I'll ask them if I can. Why don't most audiobooks include acknowledgements? I have no idea. When Nicole's call with the reporter, referenced in the second missing... When was Nicole's call with the reporter referenced in the second missing letter, and how does it line up with Kurt getting sick? I don't have my timeline with me. But it is, I think it was a Wednesday. Her calls were Wednesday evenings. And Kurt gets sick on Friday. So and I don't have the timeline with me, but I think happens is that he hears about this, he immediately goes to get the book. And then the letters, Birgit snags the letters, and I think that's how I worked that timeline out.
Take a listen.
Yeah.
Do you want to hear yours versus the guide first, or do you want to hear it in context? It doesn't matter.
Let me just hear it in context.
Here it is.
Behind her, Halim followed with a couple of hammocks slung over his shoulder. They were speaking in Arabic and switched mid-sentence. Lana kulana, aksarimra nida kabulta alilak. But it's close. Let's put the hammocks in the two far corners. Hammocks? I take it we're bunking in here.
That sounds exactly like what I need Ana Teresa to say, which is someone who does not speak Arabic, much like me, or who speaks Arabic but is not a native speaker.
We already got it in the timeline, so we should be good to go on that.
Perfect.
Great. So then, that was not bad at all.
Yeah.
Seems to me that
only took us 45 minutes.
Not so much time.
Well, no, it was only 40 minutes because we sat down at 10 till and it's 1:30 now. It's fine. Okay.
I mean, it was a tricky one. I think it may be one of the trickiest we've done, frankly, because the writing that seems so not in keeping with what we're hearing.
And this is the one of the challenges of things that have been transliterated into Roman numerals is that not Roman numerals, Roman letters is that that very often they have, it's approximating something. It's approximating sounds that occur in a different language with the wrong alphabet.
Right.
Like when I was learning Bengali, which I just learned for the fun of it because that's me. There were things that you just basically had to know that. I think it was basically it just showed you the consonants and you just had to know which vowel came after it.
Jeez.
Which, once you got the hang of it, was entirely sensible and well ordered and not at all like English, where you're just like, well, I don't know, what we're gonna smash these three consonants together and that's gonna make a sound. But all right.
I think that was because the other stuff we've already moved past and submitted,
yeah.
So, right.
Yep. So that was the only thing.
Unless there's...
No, so I think it's just the acknowledgements.
They got something on their thing here.
Yeah. Oh, do they?
Yeah. I'm looking. Nope. We're good.
Okay.
All right, let's acknowledge.
All right, let's acknowledge.
Are we doing about the history too, or just the acknowledgements?
The about the history is actually more important to me than the acknowledgements, although the acknowledgements have some stuff in this that touches on. So anyway.
Got you.
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
But scratching under his chin still made him purr like a Sirius 4 rocket escaping Earth's gravity. Hey, sweet boy, I'm home.
Acknowledgements. We say that writing is a solitary act, but I have found that it is more like staging a one-person show. There's one person in the spotlight, but there's a lighting designer that allows them to be seen. There's a stage manager, a costumer, a director. A book is similar. I get the credit, but I'm supported by a wealth of people. This book, in particular, would not be in your hands without a crew of people. While I was writing it, my life was disrupted by a series of family illnesses and a move from Chicago to Nashville. It's the first time I've blown a novel deadline, turning it in 2 months late. I limped through writing this, supported by people that are only visible to you, to those of you.
Can we go back and get vast crew?
Yeah.
As soon as my mouse will allow me to.
Okay.
There we go. Supported by, let's see here. This book would not be in your hands without a vast crew of people. Here we go.
Supported by a wealth of people.
This book in particular would not be in your hands without a vast crew of people.
Thank you. Back to where we were. I limped. From there, please.
Turning it in 2 months late.
I limped through writing this, supported by people that are only visible to those of you who have stayed to listen to the program notes. My agent, Seth Fishman, helped me find the core of the story before I even started writing. He's my advocate, yes, but some days the person who he is advocating to is me, reminding me why I write. Eileen Cook, C.J. Hunt, and Jared Hunt let me ignore them to write. Kathy Chung listened to me ramble at length. The Whiskey Chicks, Elizabeth, Susanna, Nephilie, Crystal, and Eileen, keep me steady, Eileen and Crystal.
Yep. The Whiskey Chicks. And you did listen instead of read on purpose, I'm guessing?
Yes.
Here we go.
Chung listened to me ramble at length.
The Whiskey Chicks, Elizabeth, Susanna, Nephilie, Eileen, and Crystal, keep me steady. Thank you to the entire board of the Science Fiction and Fantasy Writers of America, who were graciously understanding when I was a largely absentee president.
Who were graciously, here we go.
Fiction and Fantasy Writers of America.
Who were graciously understanding when I was a largely absentee president for the first month of my term as I wrestled the ending to the ground. Alessandra Meekum, my first reader and my assistant, is fantastic at bespoke enthusiasm, and is so good at unpacking how a story hits her that, in my extended theatrical metaphor, she's invited to all of my rehearsals, as rough and ragged as some of them are. If I make her laugh or weep or cringe, then I know I have something. Beth Meacham, no relation to Alessandra, is my editor. When I emailed her and said, I need help, she started reading and commenting on chapters as I wrote them, brainstorming with me when I had lost my way amid the chaos of my external life. Also, she rolled with it when I turned in a 180,000-word novel. The last one in this series was 99,000 words. 99,000.
Just had a little dropout on reading. Can we get that real quick? I see how she started reading and commenting on the chapters as I wrote them. That's the phrase I need. Here we go.
Emailed her and said, I need help.
She started reading and commenting on chapters as I wrote them, brainstorming with me when I had lost my way amid... Okay.
And the last one in this series, please.
Okay. An 80,000-word novel.
The last one in this series was 99,000. I cut it down with her guidance, but still. I blame the length on Brandon Sanderson. He, Dan Wells, and Howard Taylor make up the core cast of the Writing Excuses podcast. I remember sitting around after a recording session and talking about how I couldn't find the ending. They have a knack for asking the right questions. There's some specific help as well. Babak Ferdowsi figured out the... Sorry. Yes, I just had a bobble in my brain.
That's okay. I need to check one quick thing.
Uh-huh.
There was a comment that, no, they took it off. Yeah, it's
Okay.
the same. It's so you did the Meekum and Meacham correctly. They're different.
Yeah, I
correct?
did. They are pronounced differently.
Yeah. Someone had thought they might have sounded the same, but I was checking. I thought they were correct.
They are.
They were correct.
Yes.
No, you had done them correctly. They said that you had done them
Yes.
the same, and I didn't think you had. So
No. Okay.
here we go.
Some specific help as well.
Babak Ferdowsi figured out the frequency of translunar shuttles departing from the Luneta space station in low orbit. Interestingly, the launch windows are tiny but more frequent. You're still restricted by when you want to arrive on the moon. I'll talk about that more.
Here we go.
By when you want to arrive on the moon.
I'll talk about that more in About the History. The airplane sequences were greatly helped by Derek Binkoski, who is an Air Force pilot with an interest in historical planes, and my father-in-law, Glenn Kowal, who was a fighter pilot in Vietnam, a test pilot, and a commercial pilot. When he was forced to retire from carrying passengers, he went back to being a test pilot for as long as he legally could. A lot of Nicole's refusal to give up flying comes from him. Sorry, for some reason it's not letting me scroll. There we go. Okay.
Second. Low Earth orbit. Oh yeah, in low Earth orbit. You said from the United Space Station in low orbit. We left out the Earth.
Thank you.
Babak Ferdowsi.
Yep. Here we go. That one I saw on the dock. Thank you, person. Is that Rachel? Thank you, Rachel. That is. Here we go.
Some specific help as well.
Babak Ferdowsi figured out the frequency of translunar shuttles departing from the Luneta space station in low Earth orbit.
Thank you. Back where we were. A lot of Nicole's refusal. Here we go.
Okay.
For as long as he legally could.
A lot of Nicole's refusal to give up flying comes from him. ForTheWords.com and Habitica.com are companies filled with good people who keep me writing. Seriously, it is embarrassing how much more likely I am to write to earn a pair of virtual wings than I am for an actual paycheck. Volumes Book Cafe in Chicago was my happy writing place. If you visit, try the Shades of Oat and Honey Latte. Shades of Oats and Honey Latte.
Indeed. Try that. Here we go.
The writing place. If you visit,
try the Shades of Oats and Honey Latte. Parnassus.
Here we go. Oh yeah, the whole pre-roll thing. Here we go.
the Shades of Oats and Honey Latte.
Parnassus Books in Nashville is my local indie store and filled with lovely people. I have very smart beta readers. In particular, my Patreon supporters and the members of the Lady Astronaut Club. Rachel Guten caught a major plot hole and helped me brainstorm to plug it. Maggie Watson told me about Cameroon dwarf goats, which we know today as pygmy goats. Someday I really want to write a story about someone spinning yarn.
Someday, here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Which we know today as pygmy goats.
Someday I really want to write a story about someone spinning yarn in low gravity. Marzi Kiefer helped me with the chemistry of how Icarus was setting up delayed reaction meltdowns of the dehumidifiers. Im Warshaw helped me with some of the mathy language that Helen uses when figuring out what Icarus is doing with the blackouts. Rebecca Kwang, Young Chu Wang, and Vicky Xu helped me with Taiwanese music, food, music language, and food questions.
Help me with, let's see here. We could punch in after Taiwanese if you want.
Sure.
Vicky Xu helped me with Taiwanese
Music, language, and food questions. Mark Zeman very graciously helped me with the Swiss German when I pounced on him at Worldcon in Dublin. I explained the scenes and he gave me the phonetic spelling of what he would say. Brendan Minish sent me a note about radio communication in Faded Sky and got roped into helping with the communications in this book. Without him, Bill Berry, Stephen Grenade, and Max Fagan, I'd have some technical holes. Fabio Imbarretto is... Oh no, Fabio, I forgot that I was going to say your name here. Bajeto, I think it's got to be.
You want to look it up?
Yeah.
ETO. Brazil, you said?
Yes.
Here. Sound quality is not awesome, but
Barreto.
it's definitely Bajeto.
Haha,
Play
good
again.
job me.
Good job, me.
Barreto.
Will you look at
let me check.
Fabio with an accent? Just
Yes. 1 second.
It's so interesting the way different languages use an accent mark. Some of them use it to tell you where the emphasis goes, and some of them use it to change the pronunciation of the word.
Yep.
There was one novel that I was working on, which I affectionately called the Goddamn Ukrainian novel, which was a 700-page Ukrainian literary novel. And there were so many words.
Vicky Xu.
Sorry.
I had to. It's okay. Are you ready?
No, not yet.
Okay.
I accidentally played a new thing.
Okay. So I had to deal with French, German, Russian, Ukrainian, Polish, Spanish, Latin, Portuguese, Esperanto, and English. And I would hit a word that was in English that I just didn't know, and I would just like, my brain would just shut down. Sometimes even if I knew the word, my brain would just shut down and be like, I don't know what rules do you want to use? I don't know. I just won't say anything.
Take a listen.
Okay.
I think it's what you think it is.
Fabio.
Fabio. Okay, it is the emphasis on the first syllable.
Yeah. There we go.
I'd have some technical holes.
Fabio Imbarretto. Fabio Imbarretto.
I'd have some technical holes.
Fabio Imbarretto, who is a talented Brazilian author and audiobook narrator, translated all of the Portuguese dialogue for me so that it isn't glaringly wrong. We met when he tutored me on pronunciation for the Faded Sky audiobook. Dr. Shayna Gifford, Dr. Stacy Berg.
After Gifford, here we go.
Dr. Shayna Gifford.
Dr. Stacy Berg and Dr. Jennifer Chu helped me with the polio outbreak, figuring out how people would respond to that.
Figuring out. Here we go.
Okay.
Helped me with the polio outbreak.
Figuring out how people would respond to that and how it would spread. Dr. Chu, in particular, is my unofficial official orthopedic surgeon and helped me figure out how to break Nicole's arm the right way. I need to thank a couple of real people who lent their names, but nothing else, to the novel. Nicole Worgan gets her name from a real person. Nicole was originally a Tuckerization in Calculating Stars, which is when you insert a real person's name. I offer that as part of fundraisers sometimes. I liked the character that grew out of the name, and when I asked the real Nicole if it was okay if I used her name for an entire novel, she happily said yes. Curtis Fry is also a Tuckerization. It was supposed to be a throwaway in Faded Sky before I knew I'd be writing Relentless Moon. In the real world, he's one of my oldest friends. I've known him since college when we met at a debate tournament. The real Kurt is a great guy and thankfully laughed when I told him what I'd done to his good name. Astronauts Kjell Lindgren, Katie Coleman, and Jeanette Epps answered various and sundry questions. Katie flagged a ton of things that were specific to the experience of women astronauts, as well as helping me with the escape sequence. As a shuttle astronaut, she trained to rappel out the side of the shuttle in a Mode 5 evacuation. Kjell. Okay. Chapter 14 and 15, I rewrote that multiple times with his input. Not only is he an astronaut, but he has an innate sense of narrative. We were trying to balance the mechanics of the crash with the needs of the plot. I'd hand it to him and he'd shake his head. Everyone is dead. I'd try again, incorporating notes. Still dead. Again, the rocket is in one piece, but how are they breathing? Again, they're alive, but now it's boring. Rockets are easy to crash and hard to do without killing everyone. I sometimes feel like that is also true of books in general. About the history. No matter how far we get from the Lady Astronaut universe's cusp point of the meteor, there are things in the real world that continue to serve as models for the alternate LAU timeline. I think they are rather fun to look at. The actual moon landings were scheduled to take place at dawn. Without an atmosphere, it was incredibly difficult to judge scale, so the long shadows of dawn helped with depth perception. The longer the shadow, the taller the object. It also meant that the surface...
It also meant, here we go.
The longer the shadow, the taller the object.
It also meant that the surface had not had time to heat all the way up to 250 degrees Fahrenheit. That didn't affect the ability to land on the moon, but it did affect the length of time the astronauts could be on the surface. When we go back, those will still be considerations. In the LAU, the preference is still to land at dawn, but they have ground control, visual markers, and satellites that help with the issues of knowing how far above the surface you are. As such, they can land or launch at any time. I'll note that I took great pains to make sure that the time of day on the moon was correct throughout the entire book. This led me to the discovery that there would be an eclipse on the moon, and the further discovery that eclipses last for hours. I look forward to the day when a real person gets to view that because it ought to be spectacular. The plans for Artemis Base come from multiple sources. NASA, the Air Force, and the Soviet Union all had plans to settle on the moon during the space race. Those plans continue through the present day with interesting iterations. The Lunex base that the Air Force proposed would have resulted in a shuttle-like vehicle and aimed to place a base on the moon by 1967. My favorite of them was from NASA in 1989, which proposed inflatable domes with multiple floors. Until that point, I'd been thinking about the base as being a single buried level. Finding those plans gave me partially buried structures with the machine room on the bottom floor. When writing these novels, I want the science... Blah.
Let's go back and get one dropout. Let's see what I marked here. Real person is the...
Okay.
I look forward to the day through spectacular, just to drop out in the middle of that. I look forward to the day that a real person, it's the middle of...
For hours.
I look forward to the day when a real person gets to view that because it ought to be spectacular.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Moving on. After machine room on the bottom floor. Here we go.
The machine room on the bottom floor.
When writing these novels, I want the science to be as accurate as possible, but there are times when I need to hand-wave past something. For instance, I know that they've solved radiation shielding in the LAU, but aside from the regolith, I don't know the specifics. Generally speaking, if a character interacts directly with something, it is as right as I can make it. If it is a plot point, very much so. The radiation shielding. The radiation.
There we go.
Plot point, very much so.
The radiation shielding is never, ever going to break down because I have no idea what it is currently. The other fun thing about the lunar colony plans is that we know more about the moon than people did in the 1960s in our world. NASA scientists knew about the Marius Hills. Those are volcanic domes in Oceanus Procellarum. Oceanus Procellarum.
Something was caught that I missed. I want the science to be as correct as possible. I think you, according to this, you said accurate.
Well, both of those are true. Okay, let me get it.
So we can just get that phrase.
Okay.
The machine room on the bottom floor.
When writing these novels, I want the science to be as correct as possible.
Thank you. Thank you. After Marius Hills.
Okay.
Here we go.
Knew about the Marius Hills.
Those are volcanic domes in Oceanus Procellarum on the west of the near side of the moon. They considered it as a landing site during the Apollo missions, and it was a backup for Apollo 15. But we know about the hole. The hole was spotted in 2011 by the Japanese selenological.
Okay, you ready?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, hold on one sec.
Okay.
Here we go.
Out.
I'm going to punch after the hole.
Okay.
Knew about the hole.
The hole was spotted in 2011 by the Japanese selenological and engineering explorer, Selena, as a 36-meter, hole. The Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter got good images of it, confirming that it was an underground cave that's somewhere between 80 and 90 meters deep. Researchers...
Is it Selena or Celine?
I don't know.
Would this be a Merriam-Webster?
Yes.
Let's see. Selene, if it's for the Greek goddess of the moon. If it's for the Greek goddess of the moon.
That is.
Is that what it? Okay,
that
Selene,
is.
according to Merriam-Webster.
Yeah.
Selene. I would not have guessed that.
Nope.
Let me find here. There it is. Okay, just that word is all I need.
Okay.
An engineering explorer.
Selene.
Thank you. Okay, back where we were.
Okay.
After 90 meters deep, please.
Yep.
80 and 90 meters deep.
Researchers think that it might be the skylight to a lava tube. There are other confirmed lava tubes on the moon, including a massive one in that region spotted by the Chandrayaan.
Spotted by the... I don't know how to pronounce that. How do you know that one?
That one I have heard said.
Great. Spotted by the... Here we go.
A massive one in that region.
Spotted by the Chandrayaan.
A massive one in that region.
Spotted by the Chandrayaan-1 orbiter. And yes, in the real world, people are considering them as a possible location for extended human habitation on the moon. The moon is covered with a ton of interesting things, including 96 bags of human waste. Yes, poop. When the astronauts needed to launch from the surface, every pound counted, so they did not follow the cardinal rule of hiking to pack it in and pack it out. 96 bags of poop on the moon. 96 bags of poop. Take one down, pass it around. In all seriousness, modern scientists would like future lunar visitors to return the fecal containment units so they can see if anything is still alive after 50 years on the surface. Science is glorious. Radio chef Speedy Weenie was...
Radio chef, here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Science is glorious.
Radio chef Speedy Weenie was a real thing. I'd just wanted to find out what would be in a vending machine and found this thing. Go ahead, look it up. It's very odd. With the polio outbreak, the LAU has a significant change from the real world. In our world, Jonas Salk developed an inactivated...
In our world? Dr. Jonas Salk, here we go.
Okay.
Our world, Jonas Salk
developed an inactivated virus vaccine, and through the March of Dimes, a massive vaccination campaign took place across the United States. It was delivered by injection and required boosters to be effective. A decade later, Albert Sabin brought out his attenuated virus vaccine, which was administered via a sugar cube. Both methods were controversial at the time. The headline about Chicago refusing to vaccinate children? That is real. The vaccination program did work, though, and brought the polio epidemic to a standstill. The last case of wild polio in the United States was in 1979 in an unvaccinated Amish population. In the LAU, when the meteor hit in 1952, Jonas Salk was working on his vaccine, as he did in our world, in Pittsburgh. The March of Dimes was headquartered in Washington, D.C. His vaccine was never completed. This means that polio would have continued to be a problem, so I extrapolated based on historic trends. When I wrote this book, COVID-19 didn't exist. As we record this, we're in the middle of what my husband calls being ensconced in situ, and I have to tell you that the choices that I've made to be religious in my social distancing or mask wearing are directly influenced by the research I did about polio. My father says that he remembers movie theaters being shut down, how no one would get into a public swimming pool, and that everyone was afraid of getting it. Everyone knew someone who had gotten polio. Polio.
I've made to be religious in my social distancing and mask wearing. I think
Thank
you
you.
said something different.
Something else.
Something slightly different. It was not very different, but slightly different.
Yes.
We find out.
I'm expecting someone to say, this was a great book until she got political at the end.
You said or mask wearing.
No.
But just
it's definitely an and.
It's a both, yeah. So, and I have to tell you through mask wearing, please.
Okay.
ensconced in situ.
And I have to tell you that the choices that I've made to be religious in my social distancing and mask wearing are directly influenced by the research I did about. Okay.
Appreciate it. Okay, moving on. Polio, here we go.
Yep.
Someone who had gotten polio.
Polio was originally a childhood illness that hit in infancy. Most children got a little cold and then got better. Very rarely one would lose some limb function. Then, in the late 19th century, outbreaks began to occur. These grew steadily worse. It stopped being a childhood disease, striking adults. Influenza was a deadlier disease, but polio survivors remained part of their communities. They were also, largely, white and affluent. This, more than the deadliness...
This, here we go.
White and affluent.
This, more than the deadliness of the disease, made polio dominate the headlines. Houses were scrubbed, children were kept isolated from each other, towns were quarantined with checkpoints in and out, and massive temporary hospitals were set up in places that were experiencing outbreaks. It is very easy to think of polio as a historic disease. While it is true that we have gone from 350,000.
While it is true, here we go.
as a historic disease.
While it is true that we have gone from 350,000 reported cases worldwide in 1988 to 22 in 2017, there are still polio survivors in every country. More disturbingly, people who had the disease as a child and appeared to recover symptom-free can experience post-polio syndrome decades later. Since it was possible to get polio and have no more than a fever, some people never realized that they had it as a child, which makes,
here we go.
That they had it as a child,
which makes diagnosing post-polio syndrome challenging. Anorexia is, similarly, an illness that can be difficult to diagnose. The common depiction of it in the media is of a teenage girl obsessed with her appearance. There's a reason for that. Cultures that value thinness have a higher incidence of anorexia, and women are often taught that our value is linked to our appearance. But anorexia affects men. It affects older women. It affects people who are not concerned with being thin. We think of it as a modern condition. Medical literature documents religious fasting as early as the Hellenistic era. In medieval Europe, self-starvation was a goal of religious piety, with a goal.
In medieval Europe, after Europe, here we go.
In medieval Europe,
self-starvation with a goal of religious piety was called anorexia mirabilis.
Same
Mirabilis.
place.
Anorexia mirabilis.
Yeah, same. Same place, please.
In medieval Europe,
self-starvation with a goal of religious piety was called anorexia mirabilis. I still bobbled that a little, didn't I?
A little bit. One more time, please.
In medieval Europe,
self-starvation with a goal of
in medieval Europe,
self-starvation with a goal of religious piety was called anorexia mirabilis. In 1873, Queen Victoria's personal physician, William Gull, named the disorder anorexia nervosa. Sorry, I am just going to do a thing because for unknown reasons, the N that I just read is actually spelled 1 N. It's not an I-N. No. That's...
Oh, I see that.
Yeah. So strange.
Were you texting with someone young when you were writing this?
Yes, that's exactly correct. Okay. All right.
Okay, here we go. After nervosa, please.
anorexia nervosa.
The Mayo Clinic says this, and I think it's worth quoting in full. Anorexia isn't really about food. It's an extremely unhealthy and sometimes life-threatening way to try to cope with emotional problems. When you have anorexia, you often equate thinness with self-worth. We have so normalized an obsession with weight that it can be very easy to miss early warning signs until the condition becomes life-threatening. Here are a few. Preoccupation with food, which sometimes includes cooking elaborate meals for others but not eating them. Frequently skipping meals or refusing to eat. Denial of hunger or making excuses for not eating. Eating only a few. Eating only a few, here we go.
Excuses for not eating.
Eating only a few certain safe foods, usually those low in fat
Usually. Here we go. Oop.
Certain safe foods.
Usually those low in calories or low in fat.
Certain safe foods.
Usually those low in fat and calories. Fear of gaining weight that may be...
Fear, here we go.
Okay.
Low in fat and calories.
Fear of gaining weight that may include repeated weighing or measuring the body, frequent checking in the mirror for perceived flaws, complaining about being fat or having parts of the body that are fat. I tried to be very careful when I was writing this to not include triggering behavior. There's a thing called thinspiration, in which people with anorexia will read about a character who has the disorder and rather than taking it as a warning will mimic the behavior. I remember doing this when the Karen Carpenter story came out, and I often think that the film might have been the only thing that saved me. The only time in my life that I haven't felt like I was overweight was after I had dysentery. If you recognize yourself or a family member, I encourage you to talk to a doctor or to at least learn more about the disease. As a starting point, www.nationaleatingdisorders.org. The National Eating Disorders hotline number is 1-800-931-2237.
There's one thing I often think that the film may have been. I think you said might have been.
Okay, thanks.
Starting with and I often think.
Okay.
Please. There we go.
Karen Carpenter's story came out.
And I often think that the film may have been the only thing that saved me.
Thank you.
Is that it?
I think that may be it. Let me make sure that I have not missed something that someone else has caught.
All right.
I mean, I think. Let me check.
Oops, sorry. Someone is saying that I have misspelled, and it's Chandrayana.
What are we talking about?
Yeah, the Chandrayana.
Oh, Chandrayana. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, and
let me find that.
she says Wikipedia has a good.
There it is. 2697. 26. Somewhere right around here. Okay, spotted by the something one.
Yes.
That is all we need.
Oh, sorry. I let me actually listen to it because I am relying on someone else's phonetic, and that does not necessarily mean that we.
Yes.
So I'm pulling it up right now. I said Wikipedia has a good.
Great.
So I'm grabbing it to see if that is. Yeah, just because I've heard it said does not mean that I have heard it said correctly. Oh, look.
Right.
Thank you for having an actual little sound thing. Which it will play any moment now, I'm sure. Here we go. Oh, come on. It's just thinking about it.
Okay.
Come on, it's a single word. Really? Really? There's not like that's not actually the helpful thing that you think it is. Dear Wikipedia.
Let's see here.
Chan again. Come on.
Here you go.
Chandrayaan.
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 Yep.
Okay.
There we go. Did I just at the wrong space? That's one in that region. Spotted by the, oh, stupid me. Yep, one sec.
Okay.
Spotted by the. Yeah, we'll have to do spotted by the, sorry.
Okay.
Spotted by the. Here we go. Because I didn't play the playback. Here we go.
Oh, yeah.
I had it muted because yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
Because of things.
Things. Stuff and things.
Mouse not responding. Here we go.
Massive one in that region.
It's doing that robot thing again where it's breaking up into tiny bits of sound. So play it again, and I will just pretend that I have heard it.
Okay.
Massive one in that region.
Spotted by Chandrayaan, by the Chandrayaan. Okay.
Was that? Yeah. Here we go.
Massive one in that region.
Spotted by the Chandrayaan-1 orbiter.
Great. Do I still sound like a robot?
Yeah, I don't know. This is that same thing it was doing at the beginning of the day.
I think it's Skype being unhappy for some reason because we played on some other app and it's trying to grab the.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Makes the driver unhappy.
Oh.
Do you want me to call you back?
I don't know. Let me.
You could also try toggling the audio I/O on Skype on your end and see if that fixes it.
Yep, I think that's what I wound up doing before. Oh, yeah, but you are. Here we go. No, there we go.
The people on the chat say that I'm still clear for them, which is unusual.
Interesting.
No.
The only reason that I want to fix it is that we have reached the part of the day where traditionally we listen to bloopers.
Yes.
And I want to hear them clearly.
And I've got to do some whatchamacallit, putting together of them.
Yeah. Okay. I wonder if that has fixed it. Can you say something?
Hello, 1, 2, 3. I'm
Nope,
a robot.
It's still the
Beep,
same
boop,
thing.
beep.
Huh?
Let me just let me try toggling my end.
Okay.
Did that work?
No.
Let me call you back.
Okay, sounds good. So while Andrew calls me back, this is, as I said, the part of the our day where normally we get a celebratory beverage and listen to bloopers. So hopefully you all would like to join us to listen to bloopers. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's doing exactly the same thing.
Yeah,
I don't know why. I'm glad that it's clear for everyone else.
Well, that will be unenjoyable for you in the bloopers. I could also try this, see if this helps. Any change?
No.
Maybe, well, yeah. If you close and open Skype on your end, you'll have to do the OBS thing again, but that would be the next thing I would try.
Yeah, I'll try.
I still, like I said, I have to, I guess I don't have to consolidate bloopers. That's all right. I can just play through them as I've done before.
Yeah, I'm going to close and open Skype.
Okay.
Okay. Isn't this exciting, everyone? Okay. All of the things that we don't have to do in real life. I'm going to encourage you all to go get an adult beverage if that's what you'd like to do. And I'll remind you that an adult beverage does not need to have alcohol. Mine will. Okay, let me try calling him back.
Hello? Is that
Hello,
better?
it's all better. Yay!
Excellent.
Yeah.
Hooray. Sorry, my phone is realizing that you were calling after my laptop has.
Oh, yeah, I've had that happen.
And now it will not shut up. Shut up!
Yay. All right, well, you fight with that. I'm going to go get a beverage for myself.
Yep. I will do the same.
Okay. Yes, yes, you all get to listen to the bloopers. Be right back.
Yep.
And I am not doing all of my fancy stuff. You get to just see things. And you know what? We're also going to open the door. Maybe invite a cat in. Hello. Yes.
Okay.
I said I would perhaps invite a cat in. Turns out that I'm... Oh, hey, Dad. My camera is still live, just so you know, before you come around the corner.
Is this 1970 dough time?
Oh, yeah. Although that was going to be when I finished writing the other novel.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to open it, I will not fight you. But, but it is... Do you want... You can come say hello to people. I mean, you won't be able to see them.
Oh.
But they can see you.
They can?
Yeah.
Oh.
Right there.
Oh.
That's my dad.
Hi.
And Andrew can talk back to us, but you can't hear him either when you're up here.
Okay. I will go pour us one.
Okay, great. I'll see you downstairs. Plus, you want to hear the bloopers, so you'll need to be...
Oh. I might not pour it until after the bloopers.
Maybe not, yeah. That's my dad. All right, you ready? Oh, no. Andrew? So can Dad play the fiddle for you? No. I mean, he could. I think he's fantastic, but he has expressed that he does not want to. So I have the Mars EY whiskey, which seemed appropriate. Also, I wanted to show you that when I left the studio at lunch, Elsie had left me another tulip. So she's a great cat.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm back.
Yay! Do you want to share your screen or do you care?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I can show it. I don't care.
Okay.
If it's of interest, I will show it.
Yeah.
There
Since you do the fascinating skipping through.
Indeed. I try. Now, I have not. This is everything that on the fly I considered either a blooper or sometimes when I want to save something for redoing something, but there was a piece that I thought was good. we might need to edit from. I sometimes drag it there, and I have not removed those. So there may be
Yeah.
some that are not actually bloopers, just pieces. Just FYI.
Yep.
Let's see here. Make sure you're hearing this and nothing else.
This has been a disaster of triumph and terror.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
That's a good place to start.
It really is.
It's a
This, this has been a disaster of triumph and terror.
Oh, that's a good start. All right.
Yeah.
Moving on.
This will save me from taking the commute. I'm going to do you the kindness of pretending you. Sorry, I went a little froggy there.
What's that?
Oh, it's doing that thing again where it is refusing to, even though you have shared the screen with me, it's just like, nah, I'm not gonna show
did you
you
maximize
that.
it?
Oh, there, no, I got it.
Oh, I just hit the wrong button. Let me share it with you one more time, and
Okay.
then it'll be up. Let me know if you have it, when you have it.
I got it.
Okay. And you can hear only only the bloopers, right?
I can only hear the bloopers.
Excellent.
This has been a disaster of triumph and terror.
It's good.
Okay. Moving on.
I'm going to do you the kindness of pretending you. Sorry, I went a little froggy there.
I'm also gonna open my talkback while you're talking, so I can
Okay.
continue to converse.
But he and Myrtle are staying far enough from downtown that I'm not worried about the riots getting out there. And you're right that checking into a hotel will call reporters down on us. And you're right that checking into
Let me do one more thing to make my life easier as we go through. Here we go.
I'm still not sure I should welcome you in my house. Have you I ran across the living room to the front door while Eugene dove for the phone. He did. Mode 1 Bravo got deployed between 3,000 meters and 30.5 kilometers. You can't see the launch site from the Lindholm's neighborhood. I couldn't tell him what to say about the riots, but I could coach him on the rocket failure. An International Aerospace Coalition rocket exploded during. Across the room, the door opened, and Director Clemens from the International Aerospace. Although I was always Clemens raised his brows as if he were baffled that I might have some use. Read the words that are actually on the fucking page. I know how valuable you are to Governor Morgan, and I don't want you to split. I swear all of the original male astronauts seem to have been... One more time. I swear all of the original male astronauts seem to have been selected, at least in part, for their photogenic qualities. I'm going to fix the stumble on quality.
Did you hear the cat?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, and she's also in here now.
As I rounded the enormous Cygnus 4 cockpit mock-up. As I rounded the enormous Cygnus 4 cockpit mock-up. God. Cockpit mock-up. Also, I should take this opportunity to remind you to review Oh, hi. Sorry, he's still barking. Forearms, chins. The United Nations.
Wait, let's go back to forearms and chins and figure out what that was all about.
The floor slammed into me. Forearms, chins.
Maybe that was just one of the things.
Yeah.
Chins, yes.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, yeah.
The floor slammed into me. Forearms, chins, chins? Yes, multiples. The United Nations. That's from the hydraulic display. Failure. Thing. Clemens tapped the ash off the end of his cigar with more vigor than strictly necessary. My eyes popped. Whoa! Okay. Pulling off the cork released peat and the dark scent of heather on the dark resin over. Satellite sensor can check for plant life in oceans. In oceans. I know how to say that word. The drifting plant life, not. I looked up at the wall on the clock. Yes, the wall. I looked up at the wall. In the nature of things, as soon as I stepped out of the phone booth, the doctor walked into the waiting room. My husband straightened. Win. He lay under the hospital bed. Poor guy, falling out of it, just under the bed. There isn't a damn thing she can do from Mars, so his right to make this map.
That's a good one.
Brazil helps USA with a really big number. It brought to more than $700 million the amount of financial assistance extended I need to go back to Topeka. My agent, colleague, person thing that I take mine with Agent Whitaker stopped scribbling and lifted his head from his job. They didn't want to talk to me about Icarus, and they didn't want me to worry my pretty. Speed took priority today, and I could job up them. Yes. Speed took priority today, and I could jog up. Speed took priority today, and I could jog up them in. God damn it. Any.
Sorry, I had a mouthful right at that moment, and I had to stop from spitting it all over my keyboard. That was pretty funny. God damn it.
Any update to Nicole is not the next line in this sentence, and also she would not speak about herself in third person. Governors? Yes, there's multiple governors Wargan. Figuring that I had time to stop by.
And now there are multiple governors Wargan. So it's actually.
No, she skipped straight over governor and went.
Oh, that's right, she did. That's right.
Figuring that I had time to stop by the bathroom and towel off a little, or at least wipe out my pits. The blessed air conditioning smacked me in the face with welcome cold air, and I fainted. 8. Big saving.
I think that was just a thing that I kept until, in case I needed it. So. Yep.
Tell me I remote there. There. I'll let Dr. Bork. 3 states ravaged by rain and tornadoes call on to keep my heels from clicking against the Or do you really think that you're able to crack a code while on morphine? Or do you really think that you'll be able to crack a code while on morphine? Or do you really think that you're able to crack a code while on morphine? Will Elma notice if you don't write that? The sigh he gave sounded more pained than anything the surgery had triggered. Cyclone in But people were too gone. I was beginning to wonder if you'd make it. And I wouldn't need to push so hard if they hadn't put up those. I'd seen what that seed of potential mourning did to the members of the Lady Astronauts Husbands Club. No, just astronauts. Oh. We could use a code if it... We'd better hurry or we'll be late for lunch, for church, for someplace that we're going that is not here. At times, I have felt hypocritical reciting these words, them words. But mostly because I loved being pressed into my seat and feeling the plane's response. The maneuvers weren't enough to clear my head. I was too conscious of the other women in the cabin.
Yeah.
But each country hell. The 99s used to have an unspoken rule that they didn't accept Negroes, which is why there were so many Negro aeronautic clubs in the United States.
Yeah, it's nothing.
Yeah.
The NAACP. Dr. Roland R. Cross, State Health Director, disclosed. That's a word that we are very excited about introducing to you, our listening readers.
Our listening readers. That one's classic.
Disclosed. That's a word that we are very excited about introducing to you, our listening readers.
That's a highlight.
Oh, yeah.
He measured salt into the bowl and began while we are paused. He measured salt into the bowl and started mashing the garlic with a pair He measured salt into the bowl and began mashing the garlic with a pair of forks. I didn't feel relief or delight or anything except despair. Despair is not a word. Clineth.
Clineth. I don't think this is a thing. Let me listen.
For unknown reasons, the Brazilian spaceport was called Barreiro do Inferno, literally the barrier to hell.
Yeah, no.
I think I... For unknown...
There's a captain in the background of that one, but...
Oh, okay.
When I'm on the...
I think that was actually Captain just now.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, it sure was. All right. Well, then that was just not a thing. Here we go.
When I'm on the moon... When I'm on the moon, I promise to... I think I might need to... 2 minutes down. We had a vacation house where we'd escaped the Sims. Nathaniel had made a joke about that early on, and it stuck as official nomenclature. Nathaniel had made a joke about that early on, and it stuck as official nomenclature. Nomenclature, yes. That's when you name something in order to hold it. It's a technique popularized by Ursula K. Le Guin in Wizard of Earthsea, when Ged uses nomenclature to hold back. Okay. Under normal circumstances.
It sounds a bit like under normal circumstances.
Oh.
Normal.
Under normal circumstances. We're stopping the clock at 43. Past 3 rows of helmets and launch couches. Designed to fly in only vacuum.
I don't know what that is.
Nope.
ALAD control circuit breakers.
I don't know what that is either.
I got it backwards.
It would be small.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So,
It would be small.
Go ahead.
Oh, so blooper, but not funny.
Gotcha.
It felt like... Keep the comm lines. Lunar ground control. The comms went dead silent, as if we had all simultaneously held our breath. The ship swayed with each pulse of the thruster, while Kurt thought I grabbed my I don't even know what word I was trying to say.
You're irksy.
My Irksy.
We had trained to
It's an
we had
Irksy
trained
moment.
to egress via
Well, there you go.
we had trained to egress via a rappel line. But I may need a spotter on the lander. But Anna Teresa clipped onto the rope and went bearing witness as the rocket continued in its This crash was apparently due to the same retro thruster. This crash was apparently due to the same retro thruster that stuck on Lunar's This crash was apparently due to the same retro thruster that stuck. Eugene, Myrtle, or Nicole, possibly Helen. I don't want to suspect the people at the IAC either. It's different for us. For the full-timers, I mean. The trip home for our son's graduation was the first time we've been back on Earth in... The excuse me. The administrator...
Was that a blooper?
I think I burped.
excuse me.
You did.
Excuse me.
Got it. Okay.
The administrator of the lunar colony slept his dishwater hair. My brain went over the moon to have an actual study to break. Le restaurant. It looked like the Arnolds had painted... Sorry.
Yeah.
If they wanted to cause trouble, they had prior opportunity. Unless, of course, they were a recent recruit, or this was all timed to coincide with activity on Earth. Actually, you know what? Since I know I'm going to correct...
Yeah.
Hey! She kicked my chair over. And now I am French. I do not know why. I pulled the glossy paper. Coming down at an angle against... But I am so excited to hear B. Now I sound like Cookie Monster. Oh, but...
With a touch of Yoda thrown in.
Right.
The battery-powered light was an attenuated yellow and gave a jaundiced color, tint, hue. I checked the Delta V pressure. I could have fouled the CO2 scrubbers and in the... It is too late to depart. I sat next to Wafia's murmuring snippets of conversation.
Conversation. Some people from different countries talk.
Conversation. We could use some more conversation now.
I think so.
I nestled the phone and... None of them should have sent a sound back into our call. I tried to laugh it off, but Helen is smart enough to... Are you missing a favorite chess player, partner, person? When the base was new, we'd slept in bunks. Shifting the... A giant braided room softened the rug. A giant braided room softened the rug.
You're just gonna keep playing that for me.
I just wanted to appreciate it because the first time I didn't quite get it. I understood the first time that I needed to enjoy the second one.
Yes.
I tucked the log Efficiently securing. Oh, for fuck's. It depends on how quickly they Depends on how quickly they decontaminate the spaceport. Okay. I hurried down the corridor in the admin mod and dashed through Frisch's outer office. I've got a pilot for you. I hurried down the corridor in the admin mod and still in their accordion. Short timers who's.
I wish I had thought someone should figure out whether you're mostly on the same scale or not. I'd be curious.
Short timers whose tours up are already delayed because of the trashy rocket.
Someone did suggest taking all of the parts in which I am singing and stringing them together into a single tune. Potentially with some auto-tuning, but...
Yes, that may have to be left for a different day. However,
Yes.
that might be a tad time-consuming.
That might be.
But I like the idea.
Yeah.
President... President Dinley's housing advisors are studying 2 significant departures from past, present, since the time zones for that worked out.
Someone asked if I have a MIDI keyboard. I don't have a MIDI keyboard. I just use a computer keyboard and a programmable mouse. But if you mean, could I tune it or play a tune with it? Yes, I do. I mean, I have a tiny little MIDI keyboard. I just don't use that for this, but I do use that in music stuff. Yeah.
Yes. And they're
Oh yes, we could sample it. Yes.
Yes, we could. Whether or not we will, very different question.
What if How many cases? No, that's terrible. That's really bad acting. What? No.
These are all just timing things that I was using, so we don't need those. Here's the next one.
Very good, sir. Very good, sir.
That's right. This was your favorite.
That'd be a good text message one too. I need your attention.
And I've known you how long? I swear to God, you're lucky I don't bend you over my knee and try to knock the sense your mama gave you back into place.
I don't know.
Administrator. Coincidences. Although I believe I was invited in your honor as I was one of the few unaccompanied gentlemen in attendance. President Dinley was courteous.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
I wiped my face over my hand. Yes, you did. Woo. Fernando Botero had chiseled a smooth, haunting figure out of lunar basalt. It had the rounded curves of her fertility. She tilted the thin paper. It will be part of the fleet carrying colonists to the moon. The Israeli Robinette had been involved in the design and construction, hoping to establish guidelines in approving and maintaining a kosher section on spacefaring vessels. I tried to swerve, but my foot seized as if I'd stepped on a nail. On the moon, it's easy to forget that I have arthritis in my feet, because I only weigh 1/6. I only weigh a sixth. Because I only weigh one.
Yeah.
Catalina looked at the cards as if she She wiped her trousers off on her hands. Do you think an outbreak of paralytic An outbreak of paralytic poliomyelitis. He was on my... Do jeito que conversamos. Yo ainda acho que você está sendo uma nini.
Those
I
are
think
just
this is-
ones I saved from, yeah.
Yeah, this is
Mais
just,
para você?
Yeah, that's just...
yeah.
And this is 2, so we'll skip that.
You're his secretary. Yo ainda acho
Oh,
que...
no, this is all just
Yeah.
Stuff I kept for...
Do jeito que conversamos.
Nope.
I was not confined to...
We got a loop.
Gotta loop. Now you just need to throw some of the tunes on top of it. Ah. Papa.
Along with our flock of lunar chickens, and in their place were 6 of the polio patients. Some of them only had a little muscle weakness. Others were worse. Now pull. That's right.
That's just a saber.
Yeah.
She made a loud raspberry of a snort. Use the centrifuge. Few, 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 few. 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 Few, 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 few.
It's all coming together.
It's so good. Oh, God.
Few, 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 few. Few, few, few. Few, 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 few. Few, 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 few. Few, 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 few.
Close. It takes a little more polishing, I think. But...
Jean dropped back. Anna Teresa. She made a loud raspberry of a snort. Use the centrifuge. Few, 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 few.
There it is. Okay.
Anna Teresa set the crate by Guillermo and threw the blankets back. Let me do that one more time. The hall just at the other end of the hall, just outside sickbay proper, one of the nutritionists rested. Oh dear God, why do I do these things? Eugene dropped back.
Didn't hear anything with that one.
You're not hearing that?
I just heard the bark, bark, bark.
That's your stomach. Yeah.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
He waited until they were blah. Only once, because they kept the Tuskegee. The death toll from the flood in Herat and Weftern is a very interesting direction to go. No, I know how to fly. That is Is it possible that Eugene made that Mikey made? Eugene sounded as though he knew exactly what drinking water right now. 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 Drinking water right now.
It's like something out of Annie Lennox, or I don't know.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
And it stinks. And suddenly Birgit is Irish. And it stinks. Polio is one thing, but that ointment makes me doubt your judgment. It's not even remotely correct for her. Oh.
I don't know what that's from.
I don't either. I have no idea.
Let's see. What if there's some context?
Probably only saved because Birgit said, oh. Probably.
No idea.
That's better.
Which rose from the mare Imbrium cloaked in black velvet. During the 2-week night by earthlight, the moon is a fairy landscape filled with blues and we said mare, didn't we? An official announcement is expected early next week with an agreement. And the feds had decided to trust none of them. Discarding the worn, sweaty seal in a biohazard bag, I leaned back and looked toward the screen that we'd cobbled together from some bedsheets and a couple. Then knowing about a false lead would be useful. The trick would be figuring out which it was. Would you show him the ropes? Would you show him the ropes? Would you show?
Stomach.
You good?
Yeah.
That's a good one too.
Yeah.
I have not had this much anxiety about. That was an airplane. I was getting flat. Imelda showed. And it was the wrong accent. And it was a mule's ass, not rump. Oh, God damn it. Let me try that one more time. There was something I needed. I covered. No. Sounded more like people talking about favorite fets.
Favorite fets?
She wrinkled her nose.
Favorite fets.
Favorite fets. Those are the parties that you go to. The fets you attend, where they dance the pavan.
Where people who put down pavers often attend.
Yes. Yes.
In fact, the best ones in the industry attend. That's why they're the favorite fets.
The favorite fets. That's correct.
She wrinkled her nose at the smell. She wrinkled the Late last night, a malfunction of the Late the
That one's great.
Myrtle. I try to be a supportive wife by providing you with news water. I try to be a supportive wife by providing you with news sensational enough. Why is that hard? By providing you with news sensational enough. Providing you with news sensational. For fuck's sake. Enough. Sensational enough. Okay.
Why did that take so long?
I just let it keep rolling until you stopped talking. I was like, hey, this is gold.
Indians. Weather Bureau preparing with health. Eugene's voice made me drump. Yes. Made me drump. Yes. Made me drump. Yes. Made me drump. Plaster cast rasping against the cup.
I think we can call the song "Made Me Drump."
Yeah, I think maybe.
I pressed the phone against my ears. ear singular. When I walked away from Birgit, I'll admit that my actual impulse. I opened the gallery to the door. Have you I froze on my toes. Oh, for fuck's sake, really? I froze on my toes. Your knife. I brought my attention around to focus on her. Focus on her. My food tipped and fell behind me. God damn it, I don't want to. All of the business of death written on the pages inside so I would not have to think. All of the business. Oh, okay. Chief of Police, Alex Charlemagne. I could fall back on listening to them. I had not eaten anything since the tube of apple. That left us with He hooked the hammock into one of the mechanical. She rested her hand, in the way that it was. Anna Teresa wheeled on me with a small. Anna Teresa wheeled on me with a small saw in her hands. You can stitch that together and fix it, right? You're not firing on. Why that do? I pressed my forehead. I'll set up the adrenaline flooded water. Grab a nap. Which, I mean, honestly, that does not sound like a bad thing. Myrtle shook her head. That's just referring to removing that. The difference between that earlier report. Ha. Eugene sat at the head. Can you take a look at a tablet for me?
I don't know what that was.
Sighing, I slid my brand new reading glasses. And then there are ones where have to make the plan. Shit! I held my watch out where we. She stepped over to the table with the parts they'd pulled out of the OPCM. This is what we swapped out. While still, I made the mistake of looking at this. I had a dark period in which I wondered if that was why you never took sugar in your tea. With your tea. God damn it. No response from satellite on low link gain. The doors stood wide open and all the chairs.
That was just low gain link, I think.
Oh,
That
yeah.
was just a flip flop.
Yep.
The doors stood wide open and all the chairs were still shoved.
Elsie?
A sheet of papers covered with numbers was under the chairs, and I knelt to grab it, grateful to have some pretext so I could wipe my eyes again without everyone seeing me weep. Oh, there's no again in that sentence. If he'd still been lucky. Eugene's shoulders convulsed once, tense. They have not lost They have not lost power, but did lose comms for everything, for anything, for all the things, for some things, for nothing. When we did the inventory of potential explosives, so didn't my brothers, sorry. So didn't my brothers were Birgit's eyes blinked rapidly. Water. They revised it after our rock. As a reminder, I am the... As a reminder, I am the... This is better than curtain. Tasked comms department with confirming that written... Due to erosine corrosion from the lunar crash. Due to erosine... Earth rotates, so there are 3 large radio Hell, if I'd been allowed to fly, 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 fly. He lowered his head to the side, eyes narrow.
I don't know what that was.
A lot of our phone calls are updates on what's happened. A lot of our updates are on what's happened. I kept going as if he weren't protesting. I don't know why I just put the emphasis there. Busy bees fit in the cargo bays of the translunar shiners. The translunar shiners. It's a small circus that... You sleep with that? Sorry, I put the emphasis in the wrong spot. But the regular business of the colony needed to recontinue? Yes. Near the line for cafeteria, a scuffle had broken out. That's great, but I'm more concerned of... More than a little. I do not like these... There was no... There was...
Is that the dog? Yeah, that was the dog.
Okay, good. I'm like,
If we were lucky,
I can't tell anymore.
That was the dog.
If we were lucky, Icarus had parked it someplace and never... I suppose there's a possibility... I suppose there's a possibility... Mom was a sculpture. Heading to the night.
Oh, that was just classic.
Kurt will see.
Here we go.
Kurt will see. Kurt will see you. You can frisk me before. I dragged the moment forward out of my memory and saw the June Firth.
Oh, we didn't get the entire June Firth.
Sorry, we did
sister
not. I don't
Colin
think so.
Firth. That's okay.
Sister of Colin, no.
Yes.
But it's on the stream.
Yeah.
So that could, perhaps. I'd meant for that to be a joke since neither was available.
Just sounds so tired. Oh, hello, kitty.
You did not let... The Pliss had 38 kilograms of mass, and even if it only weighed 8... He's lucky it wasn't in you. No. Make her actually laugh. But it was enough to get me up the 9 ladder rungs to the porch But it was enough to get me up the 9 ladder rungs to the porch of the descent stage.
I don't know what
the 9 ladder rungs, that's That just parsed funny. The 9 ladder rung.
Ah.
Yeah, we got that. But still.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Evie. I wasn't the one who would have to deal with the consequences. Technically, the worst that could happen was that micrometeorite vital at exactly the wrong angle and the vehicle had shorted. But my mom survived 3 lightning strikes, and my suit.
Nope.
It was still tuned to suit broadcast settings, and we got an earful of hum over our comms as the two the ba ba. Permit me to say that you have had us up. Eugene glanced at me. Eugene might be Myrtle glanced at me, not Eugene. Eugene can't because he's in the colony and they're in a ship, so it's very different. Permit me to say that you had us a little worried. Sorry about that. The sites were all clear of signs of.
I don't think that's a thing, actually.
No.
It's a big old chunk, so.
Yeah.
Helen's revolt. Helen. As far as Eugene was concerned, the rest of the Do you want to spend time talking about a vengeance? And the lunar colony had settled into something that looked like normal. Busy. He was clarying. I know I need a crew that is Myrtle's. Oh, for fuck's sake. Over the comm, Myrtle's voice was a soothing presence. And the trans-Earth.
Is that it?
Nope.
Okay.
And the trans-Earth. His touch was delicate, as if he were a violinist and the trans-lunar shuttle were a Stradivarius. On my white. If I looked over my right shoulder, I would see one of the bodyguards who followed me everywhere in public. Hard to tell. My work is here, doing the work. My place is here. God damn it. My world can.
That's not even a blooper.
Spotted by the Chandrayan.
I love it, though.
Self-starvation with a goal of self-starvation. I still bobbled that a little, didn't I?
Yeah.
Fear of gaining weight that may be that
Okay, that's it.
Okay. Whew.
I did assemble some of your musical greatness in one little chain here.
I did see that you were doing
Not-
that.
Not a lot. Just I only picked up on it after about halfway through, but
Yeah.
these sequentially.
made me drum.
There you go.
What? Drinking water right now. Would you show him the ropes? That was an airplane. Myrtle. Made me jump? Yes. The fly, 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 fly. Would you do float? Would you do float?
That's just a sampling of your musical. You
that's-
could definitely build a pretty cool track with that.
Yeah. Loopy Dragon has said that if we're intent on going to the scheduled in time, that's 20 minutes to compose a song still. Andrew's like, yeah, I wasn't supposed to work on Friday at all. Bye-bye.
Tempting, but I'm afraid I may have to.
There was also a question about how much money they would have to raise in order to have you do this.
I don't think it would take too much convincing, but it just might take a little time.
Yeah. All right, well, let me see. There were some...
Okay.
All right. There were some final questions that I can't skip over to because my browser is frozen. It's super annoying that is the case.
Indeed.
There we go. Okay, so let me just see if there are any final questions that I want to answer. Let's see. Her arthritis seemed to get less attention as the story goes on, as compared to her anorexia. Did it diminish in severity? It didn't, but one of the things is it shifts what she's focused on. Also, once the anorexia gets really bad, she's not doing that much running around. So, and she spends a lot of time, sitting and resting. So it's not getting hit as hard. Who is the author of the first lunar forensics study? I don't know. Maybe I'll write that story at some point. What office might Parker run for? He first runs for a Senate seat, and then he goes on to pursue some other things. I have thought that through, but I am not going to talk in details about it because I don't want to lock myself in case I change my mind later. When will the ebook version of The Relentless Moon be available to order in the UK? I believe that is July 20th. In the US, it comes out on the 14th, but it's July 20th is the plan. All other versions... Okay, yeah. That looks like we've got everything. Unless there are any last-minute questions coming in. So thank you all so much for joining us and helping with your helping us with some extra proofing there. That was deeply appreciated.
Much appreciated, yes.
Yeah, it's definitely saved us some time.
Yep.
And when is the album coming out? And again, we've got, I'd send him money to do it. Just let me know where and how much. All right. Well, thank you all again. I'm going to close this out. Just so you know, FYI, this will all be up until July 14th. At that point, we're going to pull everything down except we had originally planned on the first chapter, but because we didn't get Andrew's track, we may do a different chapter since once you can see Andrew. But you have until the 14th to watch the whole thing, to tell your friends that if they want to watch it, they can. I'm going to remind you that those of you who would like to join the Lady Astronaut Club, if you go to ladyastronautclub.com, there are instructions on how to do that. And thank you all so much. Bye now. Or bye whenever this actually finishes streaming, which God knows when that will be.